Good evening. Welcome to the December 17th, 2013 Lawrence City Commission meeting. There are no recognitions or proclamations this evening, so we'll move straight to the consent agenda. And all matters listed on the consent agenda will be considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items. If separate discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Is there an item that a member of the commission would like removed from the consent agenda?
Mayor, item number 3, the claims just for voting purposes.
Okay. Anything else? Is there an item that a member of the public would like removed from the consent agenda?
5.
Item 5. Okay. All right. With the exception of item 3 and item 5, is there a motion to
So
approve the
moved.
consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion to approve the consent agenda less items 3 and 5 by Vice Mayor Amick, seconded by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 3 is the claims, and I presume that you would like these removed because of the rock chalk items. So we'll break these out separately. First, we're going to go ahead and approve payroll of $1,950,697.66 and claims to 251 vendors, not including rock chalk park-related items, of $7,156,478.85. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion to approve these items by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Amick. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And finally, we have claims to three vendors of $6,826. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Shum, seconded by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Amick's dissenting. Next item that was removed from the consent agenda is item 5, which are appointments made by the mayor. Please.
Mayor, Commissioner Kirk McClure, I'm speaking on the makeup of the committee that is being put together to steer the revisions to the Horizon 2020. The makeup of this committee does not represent broad-based representation of the community. Rather, it is influenced by the development industry. Developers are special interests that should not have any special influence on this committee. They should, at best, have only minimal input. The developer should have to explain their interest to the committee, as should any other interest group. The developers should have no more input than should, say, historic preservation, neighborhood redevelopment, downtown revitalization, community development, the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods, environmental protection, sustainability commission, on and on. I could go on. The problem is that the committee as structured is automatically going to generate distrust. You have the opportunity to prepare a steering committee that will generate a product that will be received by the community with a confidence and with some consensus. Alternatively, you can continue with this type of steering committee, overly influenced by the development industry. It will come out breeding distrust. So in fact, what you'll have then will be leading into a set of fights from day one. My recommendation is that you pull this recommendation, rethink the configuration and the membership on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Very good.
Well, Professor McClure, I thought we were a lot closer than distrust, but I appreciate your comments. You know, I have met one of the individuals, and I know the other two that the mayor's recommended. I think that they're pretty strong candidates. I think the mayor's done a very good job in making recommendation. As someone who is going to be one of the co-chair of this committee, I believe that these are people that plan on working extremely hard and carrying out the function that is set forth. So, Mayor, I applaud the effort that you put forward, and I appreciate the work.
Thank you. Professor, I was just wondering who on this list is unduly influenced by the development community?
We have at least two of the members. We're trying to investigate. The third, we can't find out a whole lot, but the fact that they are not known to any of the organizations I mentioned raises suspicion on the third. But you have people who have served on the Planning Commission, served on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and have clearly shown a bias against the principles of good planning and shown a bias toward developers.
So who would that be? Stan Rasmussen?
Stan
And then
Rasmussen.
what about Mr. Ackerley?
That's the third one we're trying to investigate.
Okay.
We don't know, sir.
And how is John Gascon related to the development community?
We've looked at his record on the Board of Zoning Appeals,
He's been one day, he served one meeting.
but he has made statements to the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association that clearly indicates he does not believe in planning, doesn't believe in codes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm going to stand by my recommendations. I have visited with the president of Land today and tried to set up a dialogue with her to make sure that we have an understanding as to what Land wants out of this process. I believe that the recommendation I made of Mr. Gascon as a neighborhood representative is in the best interest of the community and I think of the neighborhoods. I don't know anything about what you just said, Professor McClure, but that's not my understanding of Mr. Gascon's belief on the process of planning. You know Bill pretty well, so you can speak to his qualifications.
Bill's an individual, Mr. Ackerley is an individual that works at Fort Leavenworth, commutes every day, been in Lawrence quite a while. Somebody who had approached me about wanting to serve, somebody who has I think a pretty reasonable understanding of Horizon 2020, is somebody that I recommended to the mayor. You know, he is a new individual to wanting to serve in a city position, somebody that I feel very comfortable in having on the committee and to work with.
How big is this committee? Is it just these 4 people?
No.
The county?
The county gets to appoint an equal number of people, and then, of course, the vice mayor, and I believe Nancy Thelman will be chairing the group.
So it's 10 members during the meeting?
6, 8, 9?
You got 4 here.
Well, there's 3.
You got 3, 6, 7, 8.
Total 10?
Yeah, so
You're appointing 4 names tonight.
only 3 is it's a revised list. You got 4. I accidentally put a name on there that was not my place to name. That would be Brad Finkeldye. He's not going to be appointed by me or more than likely anybody to that committee. So we're basically we're bringing in 3 people as a city.
So that's 8 member.
8 plus
10.
2.
Yeah, 8 plus 2.
So do we appoint one more then?
We jointly will appoint one more, but the recommendations haven't been made by the county yet.
I can read off the list real quick if that'd be helpful. Yeah. There's two co-chairs, city commissioner, county commissioner. There's 1 planning commission representative appointed by the city, 1 planning commission representative appointed by the county. There's a school district representative that's appointed by the school district. There's 1 real estate development community representative that's city, county shared appointee. There's 1 neighborhood representative. There's 1 business community there's 1 neighborhood representative that's appointed by the city. There's 1 business community representative appointed by the county. And then there's 1 at-large by the city and then 1 at-large by the county.
Yeah, please.
My name's Sven Ahlstrom, and I used to be on the Historic Resources Commission. I do have a lot of respect for Mr. McClure, and I just walked into the room, so I'm neutral totally with regard to this individual, although it is well known that in the past, different seats on the Planning Commission have been very important. So I would ask you to, in light of the comments made, possibly consider tabling that until you review it further. The reason I decided to speak up is Mike Amix knows that Mayor Hack did not renew my appointment to Historic Resources when I had seniority on Historic Resources, and would have been very interesting for me to be chair during the Orient Hotel review. So appointments are very important, and there are a lot of things coming before the commission in the near future. So I think maybe you have a list, you could have alternates. Because of the criticism voiced, I think you should table it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I had an opportunity to meet John Gascon last week, and, he's a former architect, went to school in Eugene, Oregon, from Oregon, and then worked in Seattle, which we went to that conference up there. I mean, they're one of the most progressive communities in the nation. And I think has some very forward-thinking ideas that would embody things that are innovative and perhaps we haven't thought of. Oregon, Portland, or Eugene, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington are, if I had to pick, probably two of the most progressive communities outside of Berkeley. Those would probably be it. So, I think he's going to bring some good ideas to this group, and I don't agree with the assessment that he's a representative of the development community at all. I think we would be lucky to have somebody with his experience in that context to come to good old Lawrence, Kansas, to provide some input. So I'm certainly supportive of John to be appointed to that position.
Okay.
I also came in
Yes, please.
late. I'm Aaron Payton, the president of East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and I'm familiar with John after having a few conversations, and I don't think it's really about John so much as the process where you have a person who's supposed to represent the neighborhoods, and then you have the Lawrence Associations of Neighborhoods, which is supposed to represent the neighborhoods. And there was the process of picking and selecting someone was not one where there was a quality dialogue between the unit in the city that does neighborhood work and the mayor's recommendation. I also think it could get postponed. John could have an opportunity to meet with the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods, and maybe there would be some bonding that would be able to occur because I think he's unfamiliar with them and they are unfamiliar with him. But I would also say that as a person who was elected to my neighborhood as president, that John would be one of the last people I would select to be on this board. While he has experience in planning and on Board of Zoning Appeals, one meeting, he is, in every conversation I've had with him, he's had a more of a free market deregulation standpoint. And I think one thing that we hear from the neighborhoods over and over and again is we would like to see more regulation towards what we would like in our community. And I think that's the fear, and that's unfair. I haven't had a chance to talk to John about my point of view on where he might be coming from. So I'm kind of sticking my neck up here. Hopefully he won't take it too personally. But I also would like time to say, hey, maybe this wouldn't be so bad, but right now it's kind of scary that this person is supposed to represent neighborhood interests. So, thanks.
Well,
Well, Mayor,
don't know what to say.
look, here's what I'm going to say. It's up to you to make the appointments, and these are good people. I recognize that everyone would like to have their own person appointed based on your own special interest. That simply can't happen. This is a steering committee. It's not going to be the committee that writes the plan. It's going to go through several layers of committees that are going to have lots and lots of people on them. So as I understand it, this is the group that's going to just outline or put the basic principles on the table for everyone else to react to. So I don't think that you're gonna have one person that's just gonna cause an extraordinary amount of slide to their position. That's,
I'm sorry, I know it's a little inappropriate to respond. I think the problem is that you don't have anyone who represents neighborhood interests or we have an association that represents neighborhood interests. You have nobody from that board for the city who's going to say, this isn't this is what hasn't been working. This is a very important place to have a voice for that. You're saying, hey, these people are just going to pick out what needs to be gone through. I think LAN is a group that knows the things that haven't worked for neighborhoods. It's really important to have a voice at this point and say, hey, this is what needs to be gone through. I think that's getting missed. Like, oh, it's not that big a deal. They're not rewriting it. It is a big deal. So I'll try to be quiet.
Yeah, I don't want you to respond again, please. Thanks. I'll ask you if you need
Mayor,
comments.
it's my understanding you'll have yet another at-large appointment to make to this committee?
No, we get 3
Okay.
separately, and then we jointly will appoint a 4th.
An at-large?
And no, it's somebody who is in the real estate area, which was going to be appointed by the county and the city jointly. We'll have to agree on a name.
I discussed this with a couple people, and they had no big problems with these people. I have great respect for the mayor. There's such a small number here, it's hard to represent the entire city with 3 people. And I guess I would defer to the mayor and the fact that he knows these people, and if he thinks that they can represent the neighborhood and the neighborhood interest, then I would be in favor of that, of supporting the,
Thank
and I
you.
would leave that to the mayor.
Well, we talked about appointments to this, and it's important, and I certainly didn't expect to have to go into details on people's abilities or inabilities to put forward their effort. But this is going to be a lot of hard work. It's a lot of technical details. It's going to require somebody who's willing to read these documents thoroughly. And LAN provided me 3 names. All names that people, one of which is in the room this evening, who objected to the appointment. So for me, 3 names was not a whole lot. Of all the people in all the neighborhoods, of all the people who were presidents of their neighborhoods, and Mike and I discussed another appointment who we asked, and they said they couldn't do it. So this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of commitment to go through the document and interface with many people as we address these items one by one. And I felt like having people who are technical in nature approach this. I value the input of the neighborhoods, and I believe that a blank slate is a better place to start than with personal biases and personal opinions. This is about evaluating the document, identifying issues that have come up time and time again in our evaluation process of Horizon 2020. This was an idea that I put forth. It was my desire to create this task force to identify items that could be improved in Horizon 2020, incorporate all the changes that have been made in Horizon 2020 since it was created. And I just think that this is going to be a very technical, heavy process. And my personal belief is that I wanted to bring new people to the table, people without biases and without tons of history of questioning and or wondering what was wrong with the product, but taking a clear look at the product and determining what needs to change in the future. That was my belief of what we needed to do. That being said, I'd be happy to table this item if the commission wants to do so. I'd be happy to allow time to meet, but frankly, this was what I believe to be an initiative that we needed to get started. And I trust the people that I've appointed that they'll do the good job. I trust that of these 3, Mike appointed one of them, and he'll be working with them. The other 2 are people that have struck me as technically proficient and will do the hard work in reading these documents. And that's really what this committee is going to do, is have to study these and pick out those items that I think are clearly friction points for moving forward. But I'll do whatever the commission wants to do on this. I'm not convinced that we need to do anything at this point in time. I talked to Commissioner Thellman, and she's not prepared to make her recommendations for a couple weeks, but I thought we needed to move this forward, so I'll take any comments from that point.
These are still the appointments that you plan to stand behind, and you're ready to make them this evening?
As I told you, I had about a half-hour discussion with the president of Land today, and I tried to explain to her my thinking, and we set a time to meet later in the first of next year and to create an ongoing dialogue. And I also want to empower the members of this committee to start meeting with the people they need to start meeting with and start moving forward so that they can get the opinions and get the input they need from the people that are wanting to express their opinions on this.
What I would say, Mayor, is if you want to table it to rethink it, or if you want to get more information from people, that would be your prerogative. I would support that. If these are the people you want appointed, then I would so move it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I put these names out there. I don't feel strongly about removing any of them from the list, so
I move we approve the 3 names submitted by the mayor.
appreciate the input.
Second.
Motion to approve item, this is 5. These are recommendations by the mayor, by Commissioner Shum, seconded by Vice Mayor Amix. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. We've got a number of items here in probably the last report for this year. Continuing the holiday theme, I saw Dwayne and Cassandra and Sean. I know that a couple commissioners had an opportunity to participate in the successful food and toy drive from our sanitation division. Already expressed my pride in the fact that this came from our employees. It wasn't something that came from my office or from the commission or anything. It was something that they wanted to do, and really want to make a hearty congratulations to them. And that we've got a staff memo there as well. I know Jeremy and Bob, I think, were stopped by. I think others expressed good wishes. So congratulations, you guys. Okay, sorry. Okay, why don't you guys come on up to the microphone and talk to the commission. Be sure and introduce yourself, Dwayne.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. I'm Dwayne LaFrance, Cassandra Ford. Sean Elston couldn't make it with us tonight. He's home ill. These are the 2 individuals that I mentioned to you 2 weeks ago when I came to you that shared in the vision that I had come up with to do a toy and food drive. We wanted to share some photographs with you and give you some final numbers on the success of this drive. We collected 381 toys for the Toys for Tots program, which gave them the ability to give Christmas to 127 additional youth in our community. As of this afternoon, when we dropped off some more food, we have collected a total of 2,496 pounds of food, which I thought was tremendous for a first time.
Which is an update from this afternoon when I put the slides together. So that's great. Even more food still coming in, which
Yes,
is wonderful.
and our thanks to Commissioner Farmer and Commissioner Shum for your support and showing up and helping us with this food drive, and to all the management for their support on this. It couldn't have turned out better, and we're certainly hoping to start working towards doing this again next year and making it an annual event from here on out.
We've heard a lot of really great things from the public. Everybody has been really, really supportive of it. And we had notes on the majority of the packages that we picked up. And every home that we stopped by that we picked something up, it wasn't just one can or one toy. I mean, it was a sack full or a box full of stuff. So it was, I mean, it was very, it was very giving of the city of Lawrence, which is not at all unexpected. But we were very happy with the results.
I'll tell you, it was fun for me to be over there. Jeremy was there shuffling food around through the van and over to his place, but the personnel, they were smiles from ear to ear, and they really enjoyed it. They had a really good time. They felt really good about their accomplishment, and they were very proud of it. I was very proud of them. They really did do a nice job, and they had a lot of fun doing it. So I hope, well, I'm sure it's going to happen next year again. It was really a nice event. Congratulations to both of you and your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a great initiative. I really respect what you guys have done here. It's a tremendous outpouring of generosity, and it's interesting coordination with Commissioner Farber and his mission, and just thank you very much for taking this on and coming up with this great idea. And I think we should just give him a round of applause.
Great work, guys.
Thank you for the kind words and your time.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I would always also like to congratulate you. My only worry that morning, it was so cold that I was hoping nothing would freeze.
No. Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks.
A few other items. Got the November monthly building permit report. As you can see, 2013 will be one of the highest years, probably in the past 6 or 7 years of continued investment in the community. Over 156 single-family building permits, which is the number that I track pretty closely. 20 new residential projects. This year, a lot of activity in regards to that important economic indicator. Got a summary now that it's December on the grass and weed abatement that was conducted in 2013. Sometimes it's a overlooked important city service that we provide. I'd encourage you to take a look at that memo. Public Works Department worked closely with BNSF Railroad as they removed the railroad tracks downtown Mass, Vermont, 6th Street. I know the motorists appreciate that, and good quick work with the Public Works Department as the railroad established the time to come in and do their work. Utility Department does an annual review of a number of standards and details, and you see information about that. As part of our closer tie-in with Douglas County Senior Services, you see their third quarter report, highlighting it here in this week's management report, but you'll probably be seeing that in a number of different venues in the future, but you see their activities. And then finally, continuing to use our website and our GIS mapping abilities to give the public better access to special assessments that are of interest to property owners or representatives of property owners. So we've got that on our website as well. Be happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the city manager? No, thank you very much. Next, we're moving on to the regular agenda items, and I'd just like to remind everybody to silence their cell phones if you haven't already done so, and that during public comment during the regular agenda items will be limited to 4 minutes. At 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you'll hear this chime, and you'll be asked to please try and wrap up your comments. First item on the agenda is to receive a request from Lawrence On Board to explore changes to the city code to allow a roadside rideshare program.
I'm going to ask Assistant City Attorney Maria Kaminska to make a brief introduction of this, and then have the applicant make a request as well. We're receiving this request tonight, and then I think our direction is going to be to give it back to staff if it meets your approval to proceed. Maria might just
Sounds
do a
great.
general introduction of what it is.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Maria Kaminska, Assistant City Attorney. I'll let Jenny O'Brien explain the Lawrence On Board program, but I just wanted to briefly go over what Lawrence On Board is requesting to be amended. In September of this year, the City Commission adopted the 2013 Standard Traffic Ordinances. It's the same every year. There's an updated booklet every year, but usually the Commission adopts the most recent version. The standard traffic ordinance that we're looking at for this project is number 69, and it states that, no person shall stand upon or along a street or highway for the purpose of soliciting a ride, which basically states that no person can hitchhike or seek a ride from any passing motorist. So that is the language we're going to be looking at for this project. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to present my request for a change to Section 69 of Standard Traffic Ordinance that will allow my project Lawrence On Board to move forward. And if I may, I'd like to take a few minutes to give you some backstory on the project, give you a brief summary and a vision for full implementation of Lawrence on Board. And I'd like to tell you where we are in our research program and also show how this ordinance impacts the project and suggest a few changes that would allow our roadside ride-sharing activities like Lawrence on Board while still addressing traffic safety concerns. So first, the backstory. 4 years ago, my husband and I moved to rural Jefferson County, but we still do a lot of our activities in Lawrence. We come here to work, we shop, we go to church, we have friends here, we get our hair cut, we go to the doctor. All those things are done in Lawrence. And we discovered very early on that since the Jefferson County Light Rail is not being planned to be built anytime soon, our only option for getting back and forth is, of course, to drive our private cars. And that's a lot of driving. It's estimated that the second biggest expense in a family's income is their transportation. And for rural residents, that's an even bigger bite. And all it takes is one flat tire or dead battery or busted head gasket to make you realize just how vulnerable we are when your only option is a private car. So I spent a couple of years being a little cranky about the situation. And then one day I heard a radio story about a practice in Washington, D.C. called dynamic carpooling or dynamic rideshare. And that's basically where people who want to use the fast carpool lanes can go to designated areas and pick up a couple of warm bodies to fill the quota so they can use the HOV3 lanes. Now that gets the driver into town a lot faster and it gives the rider a free ride. This is all grassroots and self-organized. This has been going on for nearly 30 years to the tune of 10,000 people a day with no reported incidents of violence or mayhem or monkey business. Now, when I heard that story, a light bulb went on in my head and I thought, hey, why can't we use something like that for our community to get people around who don't want to or can't drive a car? So I started talking to people. I talked to ride-sharing professionals. I talked to the people at Mid-America Regional Council. I talked to Todd Girdler from our MPO here. I talked to Bob Nugent of the bus. I talked to people up at KU in the Transportation Planning Department. For 4 months, I researched this and developed what I thought would be a program that would work for our community. And what I came up with is Lawrence on Board. So to give you an overview of full implementation for this program, what it would look like if it's up and running, it starts with a club membership in the organization Lawrence on Board. People can sign up as drivers or riders or a combination of both. Everybody gets vetted and registered, background checks, photo IDs, so we keep everyone safe. The drivers get a window cling that shows they're in the network with their member number on it. And the riders get this spiffy little piece of equipment. It's a ride board, that's what I call it. And notice it's got the branding. It's very distinctive, very recognizable, bright color. It's got a Velcro dry erase marker on the back and a place for your photo ID. And you can go to any safe, appropriate roadside, write your destination on the board and hold it out and get a ride with a passing car who's going in that same direction. This says Lawrence on it because I just used this yesterday morning to get into town because my car was in the shop. Now, if I were to get a ride with someone who is a member of Lawrence on Board, I would take out my cell phone and call or text in their member number to the organization, to Lawrence on Board. That makes a record of the ride, and that's a safety feature, that's a platform for feedback, and it also enters the driver in a drawing for a prize. And that way, we can reward our drivers, make an incentive for them to pick up the riders, but in such a way that it does not turn them into an unlicensed taxi cab, as an exchange of money might do. A couple of other features. If the driver is not a member of Lawrence on Board, we have some safety protocols to make sure that a person could ride with them safely. We also have a map where we're mapping these good locations where people can safely get a ride. We would institute a public relations campaign, a training program, and a user handbook to make sure that everyone is being safe and smart while they use this program. So that's it in a nutshell. And you're probably asking yourselves now, well, how do we know it's going to work? Well, the answer is that we've been trying it out. I got together 23 volunteers, and we went out with these ride boards onto some locations around in the area, and we got rides. We've logged 121 rides. And there are a couple of observations that I'd like to point out. Now, there are some details about the program in in your packets in the progress report, and there's also more information in this paper that I published with Ann Dunning from the KU Department of Urban Planning. And we're taking this to the Transportation Research Board annual meeting, by the way. So there's more detailed information in that, but two observations that I want to make. One is that this program, the success of the riders definitely depends on a good location, and that means good visibility, but more importantly, a safe and obvious place for drivers to pull over. And that's really important because some of the concerns expressed by the police department and Todd Girdler were about traffic safety. And we've discovered that it's pretty intuitive. If you are standing in a place where a car cannot easily and obviously pull over safely, you're not going to get a ride. So we're building that into the map, we're building it into the training handbook and the safety protocols. So that's an important observation that we learned in our research. But the second and most exciting thing that we learned from our research is how astonishingly easy it is to get a ride. Of our 121 ride attempts, 95% of them were successful. And the 6 attempts that were not successful were after the rider changed places to a better location. 1/5 of the rides happened to be with somebody that was known to the rider. Now, these are just random strangers. We don't have driver members circulating at this point of the research. It's just random strangers. But even so, 1/5 of the drivers that stopped were people that were known to the rider. That's pretty exciting. And this is the part that makes me really excited, is that our average wait time was less than 7 minutes. Less than 7 minutes. And over half of the rides, the wait time was under 5 minutes. Now, commissioners, I'd like you to imagine for a minute, imagine a transportation network in this region where everyone can participate as drivers or riders or supporters. A transportation network that reaches out to Eudora and Baldwin and Stull and Tonganoxie and all the rural areas in between. That's almost as convenient as driving your own car. That is sustainable and it's efficient because it uses cars that are already on the road. And that not only gets people around, but encourages trust and community connectedness and neighborly goodwill. A network that's quick and easy to implement, and best of all, doesn't have to cost 1 dime of taxpayer money. So imagine what a game changer that could be, a transportation network like this for our community. And the only thing that's standing in the way of further research and development is the standard traffic ordinance, which says, of course, no person shall stand upon or along a street or highway for the purpose of soliciting a ride. So if you want to see this move forward, here's what you have to do. Just take out that little 2 words there. All right. So because I think it's important that we keep this ordinance in line with what the state law says, which is no person shall stand in a roadway for the purpose of soliciting a ride. And standing upon a street, that's just plain dumb. We don't want people doing that anyway. But if you take off the along, people can still do roadside ride sharing activities. But I would also recommend adding in some language that would, help to preserve the traffic safety. One recommendation that I made was to put in language that says something along the lines of pedestrians shall only be picked up where there's adequate road space for vehicles to pull off and not endanger or impede the flow of traffic. There are other municipalities that have addressed these, also addressing dangerous or obnoxious behaviors, and some of those I've put in with the letter that I wrote to the mayor, and you can take a look at those. Things like not riding at night, not soliciting a ride under the influence of alcohol or intoxicating drugs, and I would be happy to work in any capacity with the commission on crafting an ordinance that will allow our activities but also preserve traffic safety. So in closing, I have 2 things that I want to mention. First of all, I'm not ready to fling riders out on the streets of Lawrence right now. We still need at least 6 months to a year of additional research to make sure that we can be smart and safe about this program. And even a pilot rollout will be slow and gradual. I'm not asking the city to fund this or approve it or support it or take responsibility for it in any way. I'm just asking for for you to help remove this stumbling block to further progress. I'd also like to mention that a lot of people around the country are very interested in what we're doing here in Lawrence. The International Ride Sharing Institute, with members as far away as Australia and New Zealand, are watching carefully to see how we progress with this program. So in conclusion, I would ask you, the commissioners, to accept my request for a change to the Section 69 of the Standard Traffic Ordinance to allow Lawrence on Board roadside ride sharing while preserving traffic safety. Thank you. I'll stand for questions now.
Any questions?
When I talked to you on Sunday, you indicated, and again, in your talk this evening, that there would be no charge or nothing that the city would have to come up with monetarily. How are you going to fund this? So it's going to, if you have, you're going to have some kind of office staff where you're checking and computers and things like that. What's the basis of that?
Exactly. Funding, that is a big question, and that's something that we're exploring. We have several ideas. First of all is to do a crowdsourced fundraiser to get the startup costs. We also expect at some point in the future to charge a membership fee, at least for the riders, possibly for drivers too. We are looking at some strategic partnerships. When I travel to Washington, D.C. in January, I'm going to be talking to some of the ride-sharing companies that do online and smartphone-based ride-sharing apps to see if we can do a partnership to, that would also allow people who want to pre-arrange rides to be able to do that with their smartphones. There's also a Transportation Research Board idea grant that's available for innovative programs like this that I think now that I've got some cred with the TRB, I can apply for that and possibly get funded.
Good. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any other questions?
I was just wondering, two things. One is, somebody's going to be standing in a particular spot. There's no way to prevent somebody who's not a member of your ride sharing to stand there also, right? And somebody else could use that.
Right, they
Okay.
could.
It was interesting, and that worries me a little bit. And I don't think there's anything we can do about that, but that worries me a little bit. And safety is always important to me. The other part is, how are you going to promulgate this to the citizens of Lawrence so they understand the concept, so they can help participate in a safe ride? And so we're educated to know these people are okay to pick up, these people are not. Or not that they're not, that we don't know that they are.
Yeah, part of the rollout would include a PR and information campaign with tabling at events like, the county fair or various other, activities around town. The newspaper stories have gone a long way towards helping, and even in the last few test rides that we took, we noticed that several of the drivers had heard about Lawrence on Board, either through newspaper story or through the TV. Also, social media is a powerful force for getting the word out.
Would you ever think of requesting some type of sign on these safe places that there are places chosen for this?
Well, that would be a pipe dream for me.
Okay.
That would be an excellent idea, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay. Sorry, David.
Any other questions? Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Public comment?
Hi, my name's Marilyn Roy, and first of all, I'd like to ask, is it possible to turn up the volume on these mics a little bit? Because sitting over here on the side, maybe it's just the acoustics, but it's been hard to hear you guys and some of the folks that speak up here, so.
Absolutely.
Just wondering.
That's what those guys do. We'll ask them to turn up the mics.
All right, thanks. Frankly, I don't have comment. I have a question. I gave up my car about a year ago, a little more than that now, and it's quite a challenge not having a car in Lawrence. And I've got a little network of friends that take me places, mostly grocery shopping. And I feel fortunate that I have them, but I would rather not be dependent. And what I'm curious about is what purpose will this rideshare program serve? Because I'm a gardener. I'd like to be able to go to West Lakes and get my, get my mulch and compost and everything with someone. I'd love to have, the freedom to go grocery shopping without having to call my friends up and ask if they're going. And I'm not certain, when you're talking about getting a ride, it sounds like you're just going from like destination A to destination B, and it's not to serve that purpose of getting your errands done. So that's what I'd like to know. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, Marilyn. We'll have to speak when we're done.
I just wanted to invite anyone who has questions such as this about the actual workings of the program and its practical applications to come and just address me directly. I think that would be the most efficient way to work this.
Okay.
So I invite you and anyone else to come and meet me after the meeting, and I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
I wasn't familiar with this program until yesterday when I got on a blog and read about it, and very impressed with your presentation. And I think Lawrence is small enough for this to work really well. And Jeremy, you were talking about being progressive. This is it. This is a great opportunity for us to do something kind of different and fun. And it seems like she is really together. So I have faith in her that it's gonna be a good thing for everybody. And I think I would stop and pick somebody up.
Sven Ahlstrom. I came this evening to support this agenda item. That's why I came to the meeting. I think it's a great proposal. It's forward thinking. And as we appeal to retirees and seniors, I think this program would help them. And some of the seniors that in fact still drive could help their friends through this program. I live in central Lawrence near Lawrence High School. And often when I'm driving back and forth from downtown, I should be walking for more exercise. But I drive and run into people that are in my orbit. And I think this program will do the same thing. Different little communities and neighborhoods in Lawrence will have their own orbits, if you will. And I think the program's just, it's foolish not to do it. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Ben.
David Holroyd. This is just too much fun to listen to. First of all, I thank Commissioner Shum, for raising the issue about cost, because I think there will be some addressed to the city down the road. In fact, my street, you'd almost have to repave to get anybody to stand on it. Now then, as far as riding, no one's going to get in my car. I might get Commissioner Amings to ride with me. I doubt that there are going to be very many younger people pick up somebody with a walker, which I'd be willing to try in this game. But the most important thing that I'm concerned about is how your auto insurance covers this type of program. And likewise, the city has a reason for people not being in the street. And I'm not so sure that the auto insurance carrier would not be interested in a change. There's a liability factor involved here.
Natalia Lowther, 501 North Street. Many years ago, I lived out in the country with an infant, and a situation evolved where I ended up out there without a vehicle of any kind, without a phone of any kind, no way of getting anywhere or contacting anyone. And I was about 8 miles from town in another county. I walked in 90-degree heat with that infant. And as people came down this very small country highway, I tried to hitchhike. They all knew me. So they thought I was joking because they knew I had a car. And they thought I was just playing with them by putting my thumb out. If I'd had a Lawrence Onbard sign, they would have known that I needed a ride and where I was going. And I think it's really important to consider that we really have no public transportation options out there outside the city limits. And we have a lot of people out in the county, and even if it's something that people don't use regularly, there are those times when it could be really useful. And my daughter and I ended up making that trek quite a number of times until that situation was resolved. So I just hope that you will consider this as something that would benefit not just the city, but people in the county that need to get to the city.
Good evening. My name is Matt Kirby. I live in Baldwin City. I also sit on the Baldwin City Planning Commission. I took part in a research day last May with this program and was pleasantly surprised at the ease and speed with which I was able to get to where I was going, do some commerce, and come back to the point of origin. I found that the people who picked me and my partner up were actually excited to do so. And I was reminded of something that I'd heard. A number of years ago, I was doing some research, writing a proclamation for the 100th anniversary of the Vinland Grange Fair. And in the course of that research, I was looking into the founding documents of the American Grange movement, and some interesting terms, some interesting words kind of stood out to me, and that the purpose of founding the Grange was to promote convenience and kindliness among the people. And one of the things that stood out to me about the experience on the research day was the sense of kindliness, the sense of building within the community a new fabric in the sense that in some ways I've found, and I've read an article to this effect, that many people are frustrated altruists, and that we are often hoping there is a way that we can do some good in the world without too much skin off our backs. And this is a nice way. This is a nice way to build community, to build a new sense of connection within the broader community outside of Lawrence. I'd like to think that this is the way we do things in Douglas County, that there is a sense of kindliness, there is a sense of involvement with our fellow persons. And toward this, I want to commend Jenny's work, and I want to ask for your vote to change the wording, and I think it will be an interesting and beneficial program, certainly in its experimental form and on to an established form. Anyway, thanks very much, and appreciate you hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Hi, Beth Reiber. As somebody who lived in Europe in the 1970s, I hitchhiked, and almost everybody I knew hitchhiked. And it was so established that you would go to the rest area at the highway, put up your sign, and people would drive by to see if there was anybody there who needed to go to the university or whatever they were doing. And I even had parents of, people, friends who would drop me off, and then somebody would come, and, I didn't do it a lot, but I did, and I knew a lot of people who did. I just wanted to make a comment that if it's a liability to have somebody drive in your car, then there are probably a lot of churches out there that don't know the problems that they're having, because a lot of older people can't drive, they're sick or whatever, and the church gets together and they work out a driving schedule to get their members around town. And I don't see this being any different than that, really.
Thanks, Pat.
This is also why I was here this evening, so I just want to say that as the president of East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, I support this, and I think it's a very exciting thing for the Lawrence community. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Aaron. Additional comment? All right, thanks for the comments that we got tonight on this. One word. She wants us to remove one word.
As we'll find out later, words are important in ordinances, so.
It just seems so simple. It can't be that easy.
No, I
You want me to write it?
I think it sounds like a great program. We want to find a way to get to yes. Haven't had a chance to talk very much with city attorney's office or the police department about any unintended consequences. So what we'd like for you to do is direct us to come back with an ordinance, and we'll kick it around, probably talk to them a little bit more and get you an ordinance on your agenda in January to hopefully accomplish what they want and hopefully not have any unintended consequences that we can't deal with. I don't think it's an issue. Obviously, the state, what she's asking for really is to be parallel with state law, which we're familiar with the state. I think we can work on some things. I like some of the other suggestions on some of the wording, but well, I think we can find a good way to get to yes quickly in January.
Would you agree that we want to move forward with assessing this and asking them to look for any unintended consequences that might arise?
I think
Yes. Okay.
I would, Mayor. I think taking into consideration the maybe the concerns from the police department and making sure that we have adequate safeguards for people that are pulling over, picking somebody up, and you know where pedestrians are going to stand or potential riders and stuff. I did have a question though. Is there any problem with coming from the county to you know inside the city, or is that where the parallel state law just automatically happens?
My bet is we've got some experts on that. I don't know that Douglas County has any particular regulations. I know we had an individual speak from Baldwin City. I don't know if they have any city ordinances on this. Obviously, our ordinances only apply within the city limits. So, well, I don't think that Douglas County has any specific ordinances on this subject, but, or I guess they'd have resolutions on this subject that would have the effect of law in the unincorporated county. But we'll certainly find out. And see if we can accomplish the goal that's set out this evening.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we direct staff to look at this. Well, first of all, we're going to receive the report tonight, and direct staff to come back to us with their analysis of how we can get this done.
Second.
Motion by, excuse me, Commissioner Shum, seconded by Vice Mayor Amix. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion passes 5-0. Look forward to hearing back on this. Next item on the agenda is to consider authorizing the city manager to execute a license agreement with Dawn Fiber LLC, doing business as Free State Broadband, for the installation of fiber in various city right-of-way.
Chip Wisdom's going to present a brief report that talks about this proposal to use some of our right-of-way.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Wisdom, IT Department. This summer, I was approached by Mike Bosch and Kenneth Mann from Dawn Fiber, who were interested in running fiber from Lawrence using Kansas Fiber Network to Baldwin for their business and other issues. And about several years ago, Kansas Fiber Network installed fiber down I-70 and then over on both of our closest entrances in from I-70. And it's a statewide network that mostly connects a lot of small telephone companies and other businesses, a lot of other businesses. And when they approached me, they said they needed to get from 5th and Tennessee to Baldwin, but they basically left it up to me to help design a route that would best benefit the city of Lawrence. So this gets to about 18 city properties fairly close, and it gets to one county property, which the Fairgrounds is an area the city uses a lot, and is part of the EOC, Emergency Operations Center, backup for several buildings. We've had a long time need for fiber or higher speed connections at the 11th and Haskell area. We have 6 buildings there. We have 2 fuel stations. And then also, this is a very good project to help out the fire department. Gives us a chance to get fiber at a much lower cost to Fire Station 2 and to the Fire and Training Center. And then I would have never thought we could have got fiber to Baldwin, to the ambulance services there, but we'd be able to have that also. This also would be coming back toward the backside of Venture Park, which could give us a redundant path, which is important to businesses. So when Mike and Kenneth approached me, it's taken a little while because they had things they had to get worked out too, and so now we're bringing this to you tonight, hoping that you will authorize the city manager to approve it. The city would be supplying the conduit and the handholds, but the most expensive part of installing fiber is the actual burying it in the ground. And we recently did a bid for the KU fiber project. Most of that was around $15 a foot for the fiber to meeting the buildings. And so using that along with the cost of the handholds and some of the other things, that would make it worth about $300,000 to the city. And Kenneth and Mike are both here. Fire chief is here. And James Reisner, who works in Public Works and helps us with fiber projects, is also here. So I'd entertain any questions.
Any questions for Jim?
I guess I needed a little more edification. We're gonna run the pipe and run the holes, and they're gonna run wire. How big is the wire?
Okay, there are 3 conduits involved. One would be for their run to Baldwin. One would be for the city, and the other one would be for future use that they haven't defined yet, or at least I don't know what the actual use is for.
And the one that's for the city would be put in at the same time as the one
Right.
that goes to, okay.
And what we would have separate handholds. What they would do is they would put in 11 new handholds for us, and then we have at 6th and Tennessee and 23rd and Harper, they would end up connecting there, and that would be the length of our conduit that they'd be providing. And on 10 Highway or 23rd Street, we have fiber already on both sides of the street, and on 6th Street, we already have fiber. So this would help also complete a ring around from 23rd Street down Iowa back to 6th, and then out 19th in that direction. It would also make us very close to completing another ring for the fiber that comes from utilities plant, which will eventually be going to the new reclamation facility. It'll help us complete a ring that will help the utilities network also. So it definitely is a positive thing for the city.
How many strands would they be?
Well, I'm not sure how many strands they're putting in. We would be supplying they're not putting in the fiber for us. We would be supplying the fiber. We'd probably have to do a bid or whatever, and we might do it possibly at the same time, or we might do it down the road later. We have, between the 11th and Haskell and the fire stations, those are kind of priorities. But, we just have to do some cost figures on that and bring that back to you later. These are, all 3 pipes are going to be in one conduit. And as they come to a place where it's ours, one of the conduits will come out into our box and then go back in the conduit. So the idea is to separate, has been a policy we've tried to do, is separate our fiber handholds and splice cases from other vendors.
Good, I have a better idea now. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that, Jim.
On the contract, and I looked through it briefly, it's kind of a long contract. Is there a requirement that they produce an operating system by a certain time? Is there any time constraints?
No, not that I'm aware of. Randy is here and he has worked on the project. I think their intentions are to do this in the first quarter to second quarter of next year. And, you know, we don't have to supply anything until that's all, all a go.
So there's no, what I would call a performance minimum date or?
Not yet.
Well, all right, let me rephrase this question. What if we go ahead with this and 2 years from now we haven't seen anything happen? Is there a way for us to re-enter the contract and make the contract with someone else?
I may defer to
Okay.
Randy Larkin on that, and also to Mike, who's here. He can answer what his plans are better than me.
Okay.
Mayor, Commissioners, Randy Larkin. It was my understanding that this was going to go, they were going to start construction basically as soon as the contract was completed. If nothing's been done over 2 years, we would, renegotiate and there would be something else done. We've talked a little bit about that. There's nothing in the contract that covers that particular outcome or deal, but that's something that we did discuss briefly, and that we would renegotiate the contract at that point.
Did you have a question?
Just a question of Jim.
Jim?
All maintenance of the conduit and the fiber will become our responsibility and our ownership.
Of our conduit, yes.
Okay, we're in charge of all of that once it's in
Right.
place.
And we are that way on our conduit that we have now.
Okay,
We may be partnering with other people, but we are responsible for our part.
okay.
Did
Jim?
you want me to introduce?
Yes. I just have a couple questions for you, though.
Okay.
As it relates to compensation, we are to receive one 1.25-inch interduct. And they, of course, that will allow us to do what we want to with it as far as installing the actual fiber. Can you specify exactly what they're receiving in response to this? Because I don't think you really hit very hard on the exact compensation they're receiving from the city, meaning what in return they receive under B item, or section 7, item B.
Okay. They're getting access in the right of way from 5th and Tennessee to 11th and Tennessee to 11th and Haskell to 19th and Haskell, 19th and Harper, 23rd and Harper, 23rd and Harper to O'Connell Road. And then O'Connell Road, the main thing that they're receiving from us is the ability to install a fiber inside a 3-inch conduit that we have that goes from O'Connell Road under the river. And one of their obstacles was to get to Baldwin under the Wakarusa River.
Mm-hmm.
We currently have a 96 count fiber in there already, and there's plenty of room, and there's a limit to the outside diameter of the cable they can install. And it would be a one-time thing going to Baldwin. And they would also have separate handholds at the different places along the way, so.
Separate from the handholds that
Right,
we
they would
use.
pay for those to put those in.
So really, it's access to an existing conduit we've installed. That's the biggest get from what I was
Right.
reading in response
Yes.
to this. And the other question was the size of the interduct. Is this a 3-inch ID conduit that they're installing? Yes?
3 inch what? 3 inch and a quarter.
Okay.
Normally, I would like to get a bigger size than 1 inch and a quarter.
Right.
But, you know, for what they're installing, they have expense to do this. And for what they're installing, that's about the biggest we can get. We have a lot of that already. The backdraw is that you don't have the opportunity to go back later and install more.
Correct.
So when you do it, you want to install as much as you can. And since we'd be using it for a lot of different buildings and potentially for the business parks, both Venture Park and East Hills, we probably want to put in the maximum we could.
Have we discussed a larger conduit installation
Yes, I think that would also raise their installation cost.
substantially?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe we can ask them that question then when they come up here.
The one advantage that the 1 1/4 inch does give us with installing it with air, it's very fast and
Yeah.
easy to install.
Very good. Great, thanks, Jim. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jim.
Very good. And you'll introduce the
Okay.
applicants here?
This is Mike Bosch and Kenneth Mann. You want to both come on up, I guess?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this. We appreciate the City of Lawrence's leadership in our regional economic development project here. We presented our plan to Jim that we needed to start here and get to Baldwin, and we challenged him to choose a best route, and I think he's done a great job in choosing a route that really benefits the city without taking us on a wild detour across western Lawrence and through every neighborhood. There are 19 city facilities, again, just kind of summarizing this, the benefit from the city, 19 city facilities that are not currently connected, that will be connected as a result of this agreement. 3.6 miles of conduit that would be installed for the city's use. A second route out of the city of Lawrence to the backbone of the internet, offering great redundancy options. They're improving EMS service both locally and in Baldwin City. They're completing a couple fiber rings ultimately, so if a line got cut, you would still be able to maintain service. And you're saving taxpayers about $300,000. In the end, we needed a license agreement, which essentially is permission to put conduit in right away that you are the stewards of. And we wanted to be able to go through Wakarusa River, and very strategically, you placed a large enough pipe to enable the future development such as this. So we appreciate the opportunity to do this. We think it's a great win-win both for us and our project as well as for the city of Lawrence. I'll stand for any questions that the mayor or the commissioners may have.
Great. Just
Unrelated to what you were talking about, we did get a question today via email. In an interview earlier this year, you said that your ability to provide fiber network is being crowdfunded. And this concerned citizen sent us a screenshot of the current crowdfunding that's taking place on crowdfiber.com, and there's zero there. So their concern was making an investment on behalf of the city to something that may or may not pan out. Can you comment on that for the citizen that sent us this email this afternoon?
Absolutely, I appreciate that opportunity. There's a lot of experimentation. There's a lot of interest in having a fiber optic network for many of the reasons that you all know. The guy who built Crowd Fiber is a buddy of mine, and a part of being in this community and innovating and trying to figure out how do we actually pull this off for bedroom communities such as Lawrence, Baldwin City, we looked at Crowd Fiber as a potential opportunity to do that. There are a lot of different flavors in how that ultimately worked. What we found out is ultimately the crowdsourced funding model doesn't work for the size project that we need to do. So we went a completely different route. We've left Crowd Fiber in place. We've left it public because we think there may be some future opportunities for a sign-up, pre-registration, if you're familiar with like Google's model, something like that. We think there may be some opportunities for Crowd Fiber. I think it's a great innovation. It was a great experiment to see what would happen. There was varying degrees of success. Ultimately, we needed to raise several millions of dollars, which just doesn't fit the crowdfunding space. To date, we have raised sufficient funds for our Baldwin City project, and so I'm not concerned about the funding of this. We're ready to move pending any lead times for purchasing of equipments and prefab buildings.
Sure. I just wanted to be able to tell them that we asked the
Absolutely.
question.
I
So,
appreciate
thanks.
that. Thank you for the opportunity to explain that.
Any other questions for Mike or Kenneth? Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
I do have just one question. Could I ask you one question, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you verify the starting time for your project and about the approximate
We will be,
amount of time it'll take to get complete?
we'll be starting in Q1.
Okay.
And we'll have, Kenneth, what is it, 4 construction crews? We'll have 4 construction crews going, so we plan on being done within a few months.
Q1 2014.
14, yes, sir.
You'll have the fiber optic to Baldwin in
Yes.
Q2?
Both the main line coming out of Lawrence and then throughout Baldwin, the distribution of Baldwin. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
If I could, I'd like to make one quick little statement there. When we first came to the city of Lawrence, in regards to getting our access fiber out of our point of presence, here in Lawrence to get to Baldwin City, it was our first experience to deal with the city, and that it was evident real soon that your department heads, your personnel, and your city standards and guidelines are spot on. The experience for us was very efficient and a model for other communities to look into. So I want to commend you on that. Our processes were very well, and I commend the city of Lawrence for that.
Thank you, appreciate that compliment.
Everybody knows we're business friendly.
Mhm. Public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Chris Adair, Wicked Broadband. I just want to read a brief statement. Wicked Broadband would like to speak in support of the right-of-way agreement being considered for Dawn Fiber LLC, DBA Free State Broadband. We have always been consistent in our message that more internet access, more competition, and more infrastructure is good for our community. This project, as proposed, compensates the city of Lawrence for the use of right-of-way and has benefits for Baldwin and potentially rural Douglas County. We are excited to see Dawn Fiber's project developing in Baldwin. The subsidies that Baldwin is providing are putting them in the lead here in Douglas County when it comes to ultra-high-speed internet. By issuing industrial revenue bonds, tax abatements, and most importantly, providing full-throated support for the project, the Baldwin staff and the Baldwin City Commission are making it possible for Dawn Fiber to build a state-of-the-art network in Baldwin City. We wholeheartedly support the project and hope that Mike Bosch and his team at Dawn Fiber are successful in their endeavor. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Chris. Any other public comment? All right. Commissioners, any thoughts or questions before we discuss any motion?
I think they explained everything very well. I had the same email that I was reading that you were, Jeremy, and it raised a question of financing and ability to move forward with it. I think they've answered everything to my satisfaction. I'm willing to make a motion unless there's other discussion.
Can I just make one comment? Is it possible for us to go with a larger conduit, Jim, a 2-inch, to support 2 or 3 separate cables in the same conduit?
Yeah, we've looked into that. The issue is, we're directional boring most of our installations through the town. And the size of your duct bill, the bit on your initial head, will accommodate a diameter, say, of 4 inches without having to back ream the hole larger to accommodate a 2-inch duct, for example. So we're right on the borderline between having to do a back ream to make the hole larger by pulling that 3rd larger duct back. It's something that we could discuss with contractors and perhaps put a pricing together. And we have a fair amount of footage there to where we may be able to negotiate a fair price. But that's the issue, is that your directional bore, you have a pilot hole, which will accommodate 3 ducts of 1.25 inches without back reaming. So if we go to the 2-inch, we're right on that borderline where you may have to back ream. So that's the issue with that.
That would be good information to have. I mean,
Yeah,
I agree.
If it's not a lot more, maybe we want to look at increasing the capacity.
guess, is the subsurface conditions, is that what's going to dictate whether or not it's going to require the back reaming or no?
No,
Is
it's
it
the fill factor.
the fill
The fill
factor?
factor of your initial pilot hole versus the OD diameter of your 3 ducts together, and the friction caused by not having enough clear space because you have your mud and all that in the initial hole
Okay.
as well. If there is a possibility of going to a larger, perhaps duct bill on the initial head, it's something that we'd have to look into in price. And it's, I won't say it's not doable, but we want to look into it more for pricing.
Okay, that
It's,
sounds
it's
good.
an extra operation is what it is. Yeah.
Is there enough room in that easement to be able to add all of that and do all the backfill and all?
I think so. Jim?
Is there enough room in that easement through there to be able to do all the backfill and everything that has to be done?
Yes, sir. It's, like I say, we're directional drilling everything so that you have your pilot hole where you start, which is a small hand dug pit to the 3-foot depth, and then you go underneath everything through directional, so you don't disturb the surface.
Mhm.
And then the pole boxes are put in by a small track hoe or hand dug, whatever, to accommodate the area that you're in.
Okay.
And so, again, that was what impressed me a lot was the coordination between all your departments when we discussed all these locations, the pole boxes, hand holes, and duct, is that we got the feedback from the arboriculture department and all departments, and so that was very beneficial. So that was my condemnation earlier.
Okay.
There will probably be some adjustments, just to tell you that as we go in the initial. Yeah, there probably will be.
So any other questions or comments before we move forward with this? Take a motion?
Well, I think Jeremy's got a good point. I think we should see if there's, if we can get some other estimates on adding more capacity. At this point, it won't cost us anything, but it might be a very valuable asset to have in place for the future.
Yes.
My guess is we're not going to need less fiber, we're going to need more as we move forward, so if we get staff to work with.
There's a consideration to go along with that, is that with an 1.25" duct, you can put in rather than a 144 count fiber, you can go up to the 288 count or a 432 count fiber and still fit within that 1.25" duct. The fibers are small, and so the diameters, an 1.25" will accommodate a lot of fibers in that regard.
Well, maybe we get a report back from staff to tell us what our different load options are.
Yep. Yeah.
Let's see if we can narrow the issue that I think the commissioners are interested in is whether or not we want to get a larger conduit
Mm-hmm.
at this time. And the real question is, do we need a larger conduit on this route, given the fact that we can get a larger fiber in the whole plant?
And my question has to do with capacity, and I think we were thinking alike that you needed more conduit in order to increase your capacity. So I'm interested in the maximum amount of capacity for the future, as long as we're digging the hole and putting stuff in now. And what's the answer on that?
I haven't looked at the specs of the 400 count fiber, but the 288 that we standard use, the CommScope fiber, I'd have to check because we want to keep to a certain like 0 water peak fiber. So I'd have to check the other specs, but besides these buildings, the 18, 19 buildings, which we'd probably use less than 60 fibers, the rest of the fibers we'd probably be using as for rings and other things. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. I mean, I don't want to hold up their project over this, but I'd like to say, I don't know if you can approve it with the option to bring it back with an option of possibly increasing the size if we can work out the, affordable.
There are a couple more options. For example, our fiber that we're putting in is 144 count, and it has an OD of 0.67, for example. Now, if you get down the road a ways where you need more fiber optic applications, you go to DWDM, where you can take one fiber, put 16 or 32 different light waves over that single strand, and so you can exponentially multiply your 144 count out to 1,000, for example, if you need to. So the technology's there, the pricing's come down a lot. It's probably feasible to go coarse wave division, CWM, or dense wave division multiplexing. And so the the capacity issue of the 2-inch duct versus the inch and quarter duct can be overcome pretty easily through larger cable counts or DWDM.
Do we think that we can get an answer as to whether or not we want to try a larger conduit within the next 30 days?
Yeah, from that. We could have the answer there. It might impact our, yeah, we can have an answer for sure on that.
The cost is what you're concerned
Yeah.
about.
The cost, yeah. It's,
I understand.
And we understand that this proposal doesn't allocate that additional cost, and that may be something we have to negotiate between us and you all in regards to that.
Yeah, and I'm also concerned about the timeline to rolling out this project if we were to delay some of our projects. A lot of our costs for construction are really borne out on the timeline of construction. So we want to try and ramp up the construction as tight a period as possible. We're kicking off construction in other segments in the county and Baldwin City. To not be able to coordinate that effectively significantly adds cost just because of the confusion of timelines. So to what Kenneth was talking about, 288 strands of fiber with wave division multiplexing is over 9,000 strands, the equivalent of, which is way more than anyone out there has. It'd be the most advanced thing we've ever seen.
Great.
You know, if I can make a suggestion. We could, if you were in favor of this agreement, we can go forward with this agreement and then make an addendum and, you know, negotiate the costs of adding a larger conduit if we needed to at some point, and that way they can at least get started. They can do the you know, price estimates and then come back to us, and then we can come back to you again, and then they can move forward at least with this agreement and move with their financing and other things.
That's fine.
That sounds good.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Okay,
Jim? Yes, so Jim's got something.
Yeah, James Reisner, who's installed a lot of fiber, just reminded me that if we increased it to 2-inch, we wouldn't be able to, the fill factor, the ratio that's required would not be enough to install two 288 count fibers. So we'd be looking at 288 and another smaller count. So I don't know that it's going to make that much of a difference to us. So.
I think we should look at it anyway.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm going to move that we're going to authorize city manager to execute a license agreement with Dawn Fiber LLC and ask that the staff come back with information that we requested tonight in terms of overall capacity for the future.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Shum, seconded by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 5-0. Thanks, everybody, for the information. The next item on the agenda is to consider documents related to ordinance number 8840, expanding the rental licensing program to all rental units in the city with certain exceptions noted.
Mayor, Commissioner Scott McCullough with Planning and Development Services Department. Finally, an easy item for you after some complicated ones this evening. I will be brief because your packet is large. 2 weeks ago, the commission accepted an offer by Mayor and Vice Mayor to take a harder look at the ordinance and focus in on life safety issues of the property maintenance code standards. And they did that very quickly and with laser focus, in my opinion, and we very much appreciate that effort in submitting an ordinance for the public's review and for staff's review. Just want to go over what you have in your packet this evening. The first thing is the ordinance that was considered on December 3rd is kind of a starting point. The second, we can call that draft 1. The second ordinance, 8840 draft 2, is the ordinance prepared and submitted by Mayor and Vice Mayor. And again, we appreciate the effort and the focus of that. It gives us something to really look at and review in concept. The third item is staff's initial response after fairly heavy review of the proposal. And it reflects that we know and have confidence that we can implement the major concepts of the Mayor and Vice Mayor's proposal. We're very confident that we can implement the concepts of sort of a subset of property maintenance codes, for example, and most of the other concepts, but we do reflect in the city attorney's office comments some recommended revisions to strengthen it from our perspective. We also then, really the rest of the items are the forms and other application materials that you requested us to prepare in draft form in relation to the proposal. And so we have attempted to align it as best we could, understanding that there are still some outstanding issues to get at. And so with that, again, I told you I'd be brief because I know that there may be a lot of questions, a lot of public comment tonight. So I will stand for questions and look forward to the discussion. Our request, by the way, of you tonight is we hope to leave with direction to prepare a draft 3 that allows us to kind of look and take the draft 2 concepts and tweak and bring back up something that in January that both the public can review again with enough time, put it in front of the public and put it in front of the City Commission and get some finality to it in January. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
There seems to be a difference of opinion about this question I'm going to ask you. And the question has to do with our existing rental registration program with single-family dwellings. It's my understanding now that whatever we do with this multiple family rental registration program is going to be mirrored through the single-family homes as well. So if we reduce it or dilute it, then we are in effect reducing or diluting the existing standard and ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have all along incorporated the RS-based program into this program to have just one rental licensing program.
Okay. And if we eliminate the environmental part of the ordinance, then we eliminate that for the single-family homes as well then?
For the inspection part of the
inspection
program, that
part.
is correct. They will remain code standards for complaint-based complaints.
Dave, did you ask Scott to answer that question about the number of inspections? Would it be Dave?
Sorry.
When we met on Monday, we were asking about how many inspections we thought were going to be carried out based on the new potential scope of work. Have we gotten any summary on that? That's something I want to make sure the commissioners
I
hear.
believe that's
in the additional.
Where I didn't see it, so
It was added to
where's it?
the agenda today.
Okay, where's it at?
Go back to the first. Go back to the agenda.
Right there? Okay, the middle one.
Right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, sorry, there,
It's okay.
some of the memos were added at the top of the agenda, and a lot of them did not get translated down toward
Okay,
the body of
thank
the
you.
agenda, sorry about that. I think there's a memo that,
Is this question, how many units inspected by the end of the proposed expiration date?
Correct.
Yes, sir. Yes, on that issue, we believe that we will have touched every property owner's unit through one round of inspections. Depending on when we begin our discussion of renewing the program is going to depend on maybe what the best date, what the best year is to have that discussion. The memo simply points out that typically when we talk about program improvements or deletions from the city's program menu, that's usually during budget time, and so that's backed up quite a ways. So if we're beginning in spring of 27 really to talk about the budget for 2018, and we will have done about 2 years then worth of inspections at that point, gotten that data for you. And that may just be that data set may be fine for your purposes to have that discussion. If you want a complete data set, then we would encourage you to think about another year worth of data.
Scott, a few weeks ago, we talked about this. You had said that 5 inspectors do between 12 and 1,500 a year. And now, and that was each per year, is what you'd said. And now it's 5 inspectors doing 3,400 total inspections per year total. Because the total, I guess, went from, 7,500 inspections to 3,400, and I just wanted to know why there was that significant of a reduction.
Well, and I think I did say during the meeting 12 to 1,500. In reviewing what we had, our assumptions again, it was more like 1,100. So that number probably should be clarified. And then this was the number based on a sampling size, which would give us about 3,400 inspections, 2,400 units, 3,400 total, because we're looking at re-inspecting a number of those units. But I think it's also important to note that as we implement this program, we do believe that that our inspections are going to take longer than what we have found with our current RS program. Because the current RS program, typically those units and structures have had multiple inspections over the course of years. And so they're pretty quick right now. We get in, we get out. And so we have based our assumptions on that factor, that currently we can get at about that many inspections. We don't know that we can get there quite at the same level, at least the first few years, as we get into the new multifamily units.
So that's 3,400 a year total for the 5 inspectors.
Well, that's what we hope to get at with, that's what we think we'll need to get at by trying to touch all 18,000 units under the program as proposed, that it will be somewhere, these are really rough numbers too, I mean, somewhere at 3,400 units of inspections that we will need to do to be able to get to the number of units we have out there.
So just so you guys are aware, I'm doing some math, that's 680 per inspector per year. That's 13 per inspector per week, which equates to 2.6 a day. So 2.6 inspections per inspector per day. Last week it was 6,
No,
so I'm happier with this number.
I think I was reminded, it may be only 4 inspectors that we're adding, right? I'm sorry, 3 to get 4 total.
So that's 850 annually.
Thank you.
16 per week and 3.2 per day, which is half of what it was last time. So I feel better about some of these.
About the workload issues we
Yeah,
talked
I mean,
about.
I was just concerned last time, I'm thinking, and this is all predicated on them being able to do it. If they took a sick day or a vacation or, you know, that sort of thing, to me, 6 inspections a day was gonna be tough.
I think initially it would be a challenge, we would get through it, but.
Sure, but I feel better about 3, you know. Thank you.
I just have one question. 61303, it talks about license. It talks about you can have one license, although there might be a possibility of multiple people within that could be licensed. If one is denied, are they all denied? Or can the others come back and get a license?
Are you talking about section 61303?
Yes. Under B, the question I have is if there is a denial for one person of that entity, since only one of, let's say, 6 who own it have a license denial, is there anywhere that's covered that says the other 5 can't come back and ask for a license?
There would be nothing that would prohibit, let's say it was owned by multiple people.
Yeah.
If one person was denied for an incomplete registration, or if that person committed fraud, there would be nothing in the current ordinance as drafted that would prohibit a co-owner from coming back and seeking a license, no.
That just doesn't sound right to me, but, so if one person owned it, no one else, you would deny the license and no one else could come back, but if 2 or 3 owned it, they could come back 2 or 3 times, or once or twice more.
Right, as written, but that can always, we could change that if we were directed to.
That doesn't seem right to me, if you have a denial for
Commissioner Reardon,
the unit.
I also think that would be kind of case specific. We would
Yeah.
look, and if we
Okay.
understood that they were the same owners and they were, I mean, they need to remedy the issue of say fraud or misrepresentation if that were the issue, to our satisfaction before I think we would pursue that.
It just
Pursue
concerned me.
allowing them to get
Okay.
the license again.
Mayor, if I could, just give a little background on this, just so that colleagues here have a little bit of idea where a lot of this came from as I went through this a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate the commission giving the opportunity to, for the mayor and I to go through and make changes that we thought were appropriate to the violation portion of this. One of the things that was really important to me is that if, back up a second again too, after getting done with the study session that we had, I was somebody that probably was not going to support, the existing program. I want everybody to know that. I thought it went too far. I think that you can get government pretty big, and I think this was the way to do it, and it's just something that I can't support. But one of the things that's happened is as I went through this process, and something that was important, as I understand, I can count noses pretty well, and I can see that there's three folks here that are ready to probably support an ordinance that's going to deal with rental registration and licensing. So what I did was, my part of the deal was thinking of a program that was actually going to be a license program that was going to include registration and inspection, and what could, I think, that a majority of the people live with. I took into consideration, as you go through what's been written here, you'll find out that almost everything that somebody brought up during the discussions that we had, I tried to incorporate back into this ordinance. I mean, there is just a lot of information there, of a lot of comments that people brought up, and just tried to include it the best we could. But one of the things that's important is looking at this licensing program is how can we accomplish taking care of the life safety portion of the inspection process, granting somebody a license based on, a number of issues that have to be met. I think Mayor, 25, 26 items that we ended up leaving in there take care of those responsible items for life safety. I think that is extremely important, whether it is me as a property owner of a rental property or anyone else that owns a rental property. I think that we all appreciate the fact that we do have responsibility in making sure that the life safety issues are taken care of. In no way did we affect any of the property maintenance code. It is still in existence at 100%. The only difference is in the way that it is written is that those items are not, are not the items to be considered, the ones that aren't written in specific to the violation. Those items that are going to be considered for licensure of this program. That's all it is. If an inspector, obviously sees something as they're out, or anybody sees something while they're out, I assume that the opportunity, because I didn't change any of the language that would give anybody, deny anybody the opportunity to call Scott's staff to take care of a problem. I mean, it is there. The property maintenance code stands at 100%. But, it also takes into consideration the inspecting of unoccupied units. I talked to several landlords. If the vacancy rate now is at 10%, that's 1,800 units. It seemed to me that we don't have to impose on anybody if we're going to license places right now. We can start, and you can get in and probably do those a lot easier. Your staff could do those a lot easier with nobody living there. No way does it deny anybody that if they have a problem, they can still call staff. They can still, have an inspection done of the property. Everything's the same, other than the fact that we've set up a procedure for licensing a rental real estate, a piece of rental real estate for someone to live in. I added one last deal. This was for Commissioner Farmer in the discussion that we had several weeks ago about, the pilot program. I thought it was important that, we have a sunset clause. I think that accomplishes that. And if there is a review that needs to be done at that time, I think it gives the commission the opportunity, whoever may be seated here, and it doesn't have to be 3 years. Maybe you accomplish 100% of the inspections done in 5 years. Based on the numbers that you've given me, I think it's probably closer to 5 years. You have the sunset there. You want to bring in the city auditor and do an accounting of the program to see if it's working the way that we wanted to do. you get that third set of independent eyes looking at the program to see if it works. I think it gives everybody the opportunity to, work hard to make the program work. And it's something that in the end, if we're going to have an ordinance and it's something that, I believe in, obviously I've got my fingerprints all over this thing. So I think it's something that a majority of people live with. I have, still questions about the consent form and if everybody has to sign on or one person doesn't sign, do they give up their right of saying, you got to go get administrative warrant or whatever that's required. So I think if there's a number of those things to take into consideration. Is it reasonable to say that we've set up a licensing procedure for a rental property in the non-ORS district? And are the items that the mayor and I've recommended those items that ought to be considered for that license? And do they meet the intent of the ordinance? I believe that it does. Thanks for your time.
So back to my question about the number of inspections, which is kind of what I want to address before we take public comment and discuss these items. Your understanding is, and Jeremy pointed out, you reduced the number of inspections you thought you could do per day. Is that because you think it's going to be harder, or can you explain that to me?
No, we haven't. It's going to vary quite a bit by where we're at in the community and what type of structure we're looking at, and the effort to get the inspection scheduled, the consent forms, all the administrative work as well. So we used an assumption of, I believe, in a much previous memo, of about 1,100 to 1,200 inspections per year that one inspector is doing today.
Mm-hmm.
I think there should be some recognition that as the first few years of this program, there are going to be fewer than that we're going to be able to do. So we haven't put pencil to paper to say how many we can say we can absolutely do each day that we're there. So we're using some assumptions based on what we know now about the RS program. And keep in mind that when we had put forth our recommended staffing levels, it was a little bit different program than what we are looking at today. And so it's also going to be true that as we enter this program, we're going to ramp up accordingly as we know that we need our staffing levels. We may not reach the level of needing 4 inspectors in the first year. We know we need the administrative staff. We know we need to get our inspectors hired and trained, for example. But we also very much have in mind your mandate direction to keep the cost down to a minimum level. That was something we worked very hard on at the beginning part of this year. And so we haven't changed what the assumptions are about how many inspections we can do. What has changed is the sampling size and the fact that with that sampling size, overall number of inspections are going to come down for the year. So I don't know yet if it reaches a level of not needing that 4th inspector or not, because at some point you need that 4th inspector, whether it's, depending on exactly what limit you're at. But we want a program that we're able to do our inspection, do our re-inspection, close our cases out, and move on to the next series of units to inspect.
Agreed. Thank you.
I was never good at math, but help me out with this, because I want to make sure I understand. You said 1,100 per inspector per year.
Per year.
So that's 4,400. And the number in the packet is 3,400.
That's what they can, yes, that's what they can, that's their full capacity. That's as much as they can do, would be about 4,400.
But the expectation is 3,400.
Well, the assumption of how many units to start with under the 18,000, remember, the 8 units get added every year.
Right.
So the assumption was that we got about 3,400 units, 3,400 overall inspections to complete a year. And so when you look at it that way, if you do 1,100 per staff, 3 of those staff members can do about 3,300. And so using the hard numbers, any more than 3,300 is going to generate the need for another inspector anywhere between 3,300 and 4,400, which is why we are assuming that we need 4 inspectors, because this is now a couple of years old worth of data that we're using on the 18,000. We're adding a few hundred more each year. So
I just thought I thought 2 weeks ago we had said 5 but we're talking 4, right? Adding 3 more plus 1 to do.
we have 1, we're proposing to add 3 more to cover 3,400 plus inspections per year. And using the number of 1,100 inspections per inspector, then that triggers the need for 4 inspectors, in our opinion.
When you say you're adding some every year, what do you mean?
Adding more rental units every year.
I thought new rental units were not to be inspected for 6 years.
That's true, but
So where are those 30 units coming from?
well, at some point, all of those roll over into the inspection part of the program.
Right,
They're all
right.
being licensed during the.
But they wouldn't be licensed, they would not be involved in the first 6 years, or wasn't it 6 years? I
It's,
thought? It was a
6
6
years.
year. So
Right.
any new ones wouldn't be coming on board for 6 years.
Correct.
Okay.
But if we're looking retroactively at that, then still each year, that 6 years rolls over and a new crop of units come onto the inspection program.
Here's an interesting statistic that might help us all with these numbers. I'm looking at the Manhattan plan, and it says that, this is the report from Brad Clausen, the building official. And he said, I'm pleased to report that all 3 of our rental inspectors have passed national certification and testing and are certified by the ICC Property Maintenance. In March, we inspected a total of 338 dwellings. So they're about in the range of what you're talking about. And that was in their startup. And then they had, in the first 2 months, they had inspected 663, February and March. So those numbers kind of jive with what our director's suggesting we can get done.
Did you guys ever see a copy of their inspection checklist? The Manhattan Head?
Do you know if we've got? No, sir.
Okay, just curious what the scope was. Great point. Any other questions for Scott before we take public comment or staff? Thanks. And then on the public comment, I appreciate it if we limit it to either changes that have transpired since our last meeting. We've talked about this a lot, and Commissioner Shum and I were talking. We really want to focus on the big picture here, which is what we may have done since 2 weeks ago and how that affects the outcome. And then, of course, you're free to make whatever comments you want, but if you try to keep them focused on these changes, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. So is there public comment?
I'm just going to say that I nearly went to a music event at the Arts Center this evening because I was so terrified of standing in front of you guys and saying anything, but I made myself come down here.
Good for you.
And I talked to Mike about this issue a couple days ago,
Sparrow,
and
right?
he encouraged me.
Can you state your name, Commissioner Shum was?
Oh, do I have to?
Yeah.
I write letters to the editor. I'm Marilyn Roy. And I live in a rental house, and I've always rented in Lawrence, and I've seen, I had one very good person that, whose house I rented for 4 years before they sold it, and I lived in another house for 11 years, and that person, that landlord, was not someone who wanted to do anything about his property until it was an emergency, and we had 3 big emergencies that were electrical and plumbing and something else. Anyway, so I'm very much in favor. It's like I've been here since 1974 when we had the student ghetto. You know, the Oriad neighborhood was basically called the student ghetto, and there's been a lot of improvements since then, but I really, really plead with you guys to pass this ordinance, because it's really important to stop the cycle of damaged properties, neglectful landlords, and then a shortage of decent housing for people who care about their rental properties and want to have, you know, a nice place to live because they can't afford to own a home. They want to have a nice place to live that they can call home for years, that they can be proud of. You know, we don't, and if you will pass this ordinance, then you'll give a lot more people who really want a decent rental property a chance to have a nice home. And I know that's tough because it's, you know, the rental market here is basically dominated by KU students, but, you know, and at the same hand, maybe if landlords see that they have to be responsible for keeping up their properties because this ordinance is in place, the behavior of the students that they rent to improve too. I don't know. But I just want to say, please, please do this for everyone here in the community. We need better housing, and we need the landlords to be more encouraged to take care of them.
Okay, thank you, Marilyn.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brandy Sutton. I'd like to say, Commissioner Farmer, you gave me a heart attack last time when you talked about a pilot program for 3 months. But now that I've had time to think about it, it does make sense. And I think on a longer term basis that's been proposed by the mayor and vice mayor, makes a lot of sense. When we were discussing the 10% rental inspection, the 15% cap was left out, and I'm concerned that with the 15 unit cap, that the budget's not going to be adequate to be self-funding. And I'm not sure if those figures have been reworked since that 15 cap was put back in. I also have some concerns regarding rent by the room. We have a lot of units in this town that are rented by the room, not by the entire apartment. They share a common area, a kitchen, and a living area. And I don't think that is properly addressed in the ordinance as far as giving consent and making sure that it's clear when we are giving consent for the unit that if it is a rent-by-room community, that consent is required for each individual lease agreement. The occupancy addendum, I just have major concerns with. If you tell a tenant that you can have up to 3 persons living there and they have a lease for 2 people, they're going to go, but the addendum says I can have 3. I think you're going to cause some confusion. It also says that in RM districts you can only have 4. Well, there are exceptions to that rule. So I think we would be creating some confusion in that situation if we're having tenants sign that. Also have concern about the notice requirements. It says that the notice may be by hand delivery, first class mail, or email. I get hundreds and hundreds of emails a day, and some of them go to my junk filter. I would say that if we are going to say email is an option, that there also be a requirement of first class mail, just so that we don't have a spam filter or a server down and somebody miss a very important notice. Section 8, while it is not, does not have to pay the license fee and does not have to be inspected, I would encourage that that be counted in the vacant unit inspection requirements, since they are actually being inspected, that it be counted towards that 10% of the total units. I think that would also alleviate some of these issues we have regarding the number of inspectors and how many units they can actually inspect. I've seen so many different figures that I'm not sure that what we are proposing here in this draft 2 is fiscally appropriate, can be done. And again, I think that's where it comes back into the sunset provision being important, so that we do have a definite drop dead. We're going to look at this and we're going to see, are we on the right track? And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised when I saw draft 2. I think it does address a lot of the issues the tenants had. It addresses some of the issues that the ACLU had raised, and it addresses a lot of the concerns that the landlords have. And I would strongly encourage that we continue working with draft 2, that we address some of these issues, and make sure the funding's correct based on this 10% with 15 unit cap. I really have some concerns, especially given the numbers of inspection confusion, how many units are going to be inspected a day, and I think we needed to get that nailed down before we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brandy.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Laura Ruth. I'm here this evening speaking as an individual resident and tax-paying property owner. I'd like to express my gratitude to staff and the Commission for their hard work and long consideration of the proposal to better regulate rental property in Lawrence. I know this has been a difficult process, and I think the efforts being made at inclusivity are laudable. I am disappointed in the recent changes proposed for this program. I believe a sunset clause would inherently weaken the effectiveness of any new program and would give the opponents a clear target for revocation. What incentive will there be to comply or excel when overturning the rule becomes the primary political goal? Further, I am afraid that watering down requirements for the new rental inspection program may threaten the effectiveness of our current rental inspection program. The current program has been in place for over a decade and works to ensure safe, habitable rentals within single-family neighborhoods. Lessening this to a program that relies on consumer complaints will not work. It will leave tenants vulnerable, and it will not provide the staff or administrative resources needed to run an efficient program. It's a big step backwards. Both landlords and tenants have responsibilities, and I think that some of the changes made to the tenant end of this proposal are appropriate. However, when either a landlord or a tenant fails to fulfill their responsibilities, it is invariably we, the taxpayers, the neighbors, that foot the bill for the increased fire and police calls and repeated code enforcement activity. We suffer because of the blight, reduced property values, and impacts to quality of life that occur. Please pass the rental registration and inspection ordinance as it was proposed during the City Commission's September reading. Lessening the requirements or timeline of the proposed program will cause confusion and distrust and may damage the integrity and functionality of the regulations that we have in place now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's John Dolan, 403 Dakota. I was in the insurance business for 15 years, and we did inspect because it affected our bottom line. And I think that we need this inspections, and we need to make it strong. And I saw some things like the dryer vent combination should be in there. It should cover safety and liability. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Tom Harper. I think it's just worth saying again, this is about life safety, period. Number one, that is the umbrella issue. And it gets messy after that, sadly. I own a fourplex at 1100 Tennessee. I actually invited Brian and Scott and Trenny to come over and look at it. I gave everybody notice, probably a good week's worth. Everybody signed it, no drama. It was about safety. When it's presented in a good way, the issue of privacy is a non-issue. If you want to stir it up, you can certainly stir it up. Everybody welcomed us in because we were there to make sure the place was safe, or what could be done to make it safer. So it's an old house built in 1890. It wasn't built to code 2013. I'm a little concerned about diluting the ordinance that was done the last couple weeks. I didn't quite understand that would also dilute the single family inspections. That concerns me. Yet Commissioner Amix says, well, this other code is still in place and that will be there. So part of me wants to believe that if we dilute it, this other piece is still here, so we're not really diluting it. That's my simple way of looking at it. And to be honest with you, if that's what we need to do to press on and get this behind us, great, because I'm tired. I'm tired of this one. The sunset issue, to me, is just inviting more debate in 2017. And I'll be more tired then in 2017 because I'll be older. And why would we want to go through this again? Let's have faith in the city's staff that they can do this. They've done this for 10, 12 years already. I really believe they can do this too. Will there be people who are angry about this? Of course. Will people have to spend money that they wouldn't have if this program wasn't in place? Of course. But again, I go back to safety. We will have achieved a level of safety that is worth the price, I think. So please do not do the 2017 sunset. Regarding inspecting vacant properties, I think that's fine if Scott, Trenny, Brian want to do that, if it makes sense. But I don't want a landlord saying, hey, look at this vacant property that I just slicked up. Look at this. I don't want them directing the traffic. If city thinks that makes sense to look at that particular unit, fine. Again, they have a proven track record. I ask that you be patient with the city in implementing this program. It's going to take a lot of time. Those funky old houses in Oriat are going to take more time than the newer ones. So be patient. It's not all about how many inspections are we going to do in a day. You know, sometimes they're going to be complicated and research is going to need to be done, but it's going to be time and money well spent. And I go back to the previous presenter regarding the broadband. He praised city staff. He said, you know, they did a great job working with them. And I feel like we need to trust city staff that they can do this effectively. And it's about having faith in the people that you work with. So give them the opportunity.
Thanks, Tom.
Good evening. My name is Bill Schulteis. I saw my email I sent earlier got posted as correspondence. I appreciate that. I guess the one thing I kind of want to reconsider, because the chiefs will tell you it's never too late to change direction. And the thing we haven't really pursued, we hear a little bit about it, is education. And we're going from a system, overall housing's pretty good. And I know that there's problems, we're human, there's always problems. But if you look at what's been reported, it's less than 0.1% that's an issue. So we're going from status quo to 100 miles an hour, and we're not considering anything in between. So I would kind of like to say, we got some time here to kick around education. Is there an easier approach that's not as intrusive, doesn't cause as much concern to different parties around the group, and would still take care of the problem that some see out there and some don't? So I'd just kind of like to have you at least look at that. And then I do agree with Brandy, and I brought that up, that form that talks about here's the maximum people you can have, it will cause all kinds of problems because our leases state exactly who can live in the house. And then this form says you can have up to 4 or up to 3 depending on your zoning. So I'd like to see that go away. I'd also like to see Section 8. If you had some housing that has Section 8 inspection, I think that should be included in your 15 if those units have not been inspected before. Because it is an inspection, and it is based on how many units, it would cover how many units you owe, maximum of 15. And I'd also like to make sure we don't have the scope creep. I think everybody has good intentions, but we really have to put things in writing, and I think the administrative procedures really need to support the guidance and not kind of drift away a little bit from that guidance. And I do agree with the expiration date, because yes, it's going to cause a lot of debate in 2017, but most of our programs are worthy of a good debate to make sure they're good, make sure there's not something else we have to change. So with that, I appreciate everybody's time. I do like the direction things are going compared to where they were a year ago, but I would like to see some consideration of maybe education as being a good approach as opposed to new infrastructure, new staff, and new program. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
My name is Rick Cupper. I'm a landlord in the Oread area, and I'm the vice president of the Oread Neighborhood Association. I'm here speaking for Serena, and you've all probably talked to Serena, so I'm not quite as wordy as she is. But the people that I rent to and most of the people that I deal with have properties in the Oread area. And one of the first concerns I have, and we've discussed it, are the privacy issues. I don't know what you've, I don't know what you've talked about in your meetings. I don't know what it, what it says exactly in the ordinance. But, it's my job as a landlord to protect my tenants from whatever I can protect them from, okay? And I have parents coming through my houses. I have students coming through my houses. I've got people telling me what to do and how to fix and what to fix. And I've got guys that are firemen in their respective cities coming through. I have mothers that are a pain in the ass, but their intentions are good. But we make, we make our properties as safe and as, we try to offer a clean, safe environment for these students. And I am concerned about the privacy issue. I know, you think, and the majority of people here seem to think that the students need to be protected from us mean old landlords. Okay, that seems to be the general consensus, but it's really not the truth. It's a very small percentage of these guys, and I'm sure you've gotten complaints about them before, okay? And maybe Bill is onto something by saying, well, maybe we can rectify this as landlords by giving a pamphlet to each of the students that move in. Here's what's safe, here's what's not. Have your parents come through. If you have a complaint from a landlord, call the city. And it doesn't require a new ordinance. There's already ordinances to cover whatever is wrong, okay, with our houses. You just need to know about it, okay? So it's my job to protect them from the, a bad living environment. And of course I can say, I think I've done a pretty good job through the years. And it's your job to protect the students from us, or so you think. But when we have people coming into the house, going through rooms, with all this crap that's coming down from the privacy issues, from the NSA and all this stuff, now I got people coming through the houses, looking in kids' rooms. Who's to protect them from you? I don't know these people. I don't know these inspectors. I don't know why they're coming in. I don't know what they were doing before. I mean, who is to protect this, you know, I'm doing a good job on my end. Who's to protect my students from you if you have all these people going through? And yes, there's bad landlords. They get most of the press. But I think a lot of this could be taken care of with some education. And maybe, some kind of pamphlet or some kind of education that we could produce as landlords and okayed by the city.
Okay.
To hand out to students, okay? And then one more
Your
thing.
time's about up.
Okay, one more thing I'm
It's past up.
concerned about.
Okay.
Is, in this area, in the Orient area, all right, there's landlords, they've had these houses for years and years and years and years and years. You're asking them to go, from whatever it is they have now up to code. And I just don't think, whether they're good landlords or bad landlords, I think asking them in one fell swoop to get everything up to code, I just think is just unrealistic.
Okay,
And whether
thanks.
you like it or not,
Thanks, Rick.
there's a difference between a clean, safe house and one that ultimately has all, you can have a clean, safe house with not having totally up to date.
Okay, you've got an extra minute and a half. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Scott, can I ask a question? I just wanted you to respond to that last statement, if you could, about getting everything up to code in one fell swoop. How long has the code been in effect for people to bring their homes up to code?
Well, the codes have been, some form of the codes. I might need to get with Randy Bryan in terms of the environment and property maintenance codes, which would be applied here, and when those were instituted. Some form of the property code.
There's been a little
Sometimes
time.
the maintenance code goes back to the 60s, and the International Property Maintenance Code, I believe, was adopted within the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah,
But there was a code existing before that with the environmental code, which the best we could figure out was passed in the 60s.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Matt Hoy. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Next Christmas, okay?
I'm sorry?
I said, happy holiday to you, but I just hope we don't see you here next Christmas.
Right. And Commissioner Shum, you've heard me speak about this issue many times. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again this evening. And Mayor, I will direct my comments on the newer issues and not repeat things that others have said or that I've mentioned in the past. Excuse me. So again, thinking about the revised draft that the mayor and the vice mayor have worked on, appreciate their effort in reconsidering and working on that. I really do believe a sunset to this ordinance is important. That's in part because a lot of what you've heard is anecdotal, or it's based on assumptions. It's based on a best guess. And these are staff who are professionals, and they're really trying hard, but they don't know, because we don't have the full volume of specific information regarding what exactly the focus may end up needing to be. And so creating an inherent opportunity to review the program after implementation seems only appropriate. And it does seem, as you consider what are the tasks that city staff need to be equipped to perform in the inspection, what do they need for full and effective implementation? These are things that you're going to learn through the process. And if there's a point in time when whoever is on the commission has to sit down and reconsider this, again, that makes a great deal of sense. A sunset would also allow the city auditor to come in and review the implementation of the program, see about the cost associated with the program, make sure that appropriate effectiveness is being achieved. There's going to be a lot of experience, I think, wisdom gained from the experience of having the program, including what really is happening when tenants are being asked to give consent to an inspection. What reaction does that generate from the tenants? What issues does staff find or landlords find as a consequence of asking for the inspection consent from tenants? You know, in addition, it's not necessarily my area of the law, so I don't know a great deal about it, but the Fourth Amendment is a relatively hot topic area. There's a recent decision from the United States Supreme Court where you had Justice Scalia, Justice Sotomayor, Justice Kagan, Justice Ginsburg, Supreme Court justices from different perspectives, all agreeing about the illegal search associated with a case in Florida. That's just an example that illustrates that decision came out in the summer of this year. And then today we had a decision rendered by a court in the District of Columbia, again on warrantless searches and the Fourth Amendment. So ultimately, debate, discussion on policy matters is a good thing. And creating a framework for the next commission, whoever's seated at the time, to evaluate the propriety of this program makes a great deal of sense, if you ask me.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Candace Davis, and I am wearing a different hat tonight. I live in the Oread neighborhood. I also am a landlord, but tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods. Do I get a little more time, Mayor? Since I don't think I'm going to need it.
How much time do you need?
No, I don't, but I think I'll be good.
I'll try to keep my
Okay.
finger off the trigger over here, okay?
Okay, thanks. Well, I want to go through my points here, but LAN has been a longtime supporter of an extended citywide rental registration program. The need for expanding the present program has been debated by the City Commission for at least 5 years, and there have been many, many opportunities for study and public input. The proposed program today is designed to be cost neutral once it's established, and I agree that there will be hardships felt by smaller rental businesses who haven't kept up with maintaining their properties, and as was just pointed out, a lot of people have had 50 years to do that. I will tell you, in my own block, I talked to a very proud owner of a house that was in disgraceful repair, and it was for sale, and he was proudly telling me that he hadn't done a thing to it in 20 years. So I realize that's an example of a really bad landlord, but there are many places like that. I would think that Rick is a good landlord. I'm a good landlord. Tom Harper is good, but there really are problems out there. The present proposal has gone through many changes and made multiple accommodations to landlords. It's a good program with built-in incentives. The existing 12-year rental inspection program in single-family neighborhoods has been a very successful model. I know there's been some talk about the demographics, and I realize they're not identical, but there really are many similarities to multifamily and some of the single-family rentals. If this program is not effective as it could be, this will also be a problem for the single-family neighborhoods, as has been mentioned. The city has already adopted the universal minimum property maintenance standards for commercial and residential properties. These standards are in use throughout the United States and in many parts of Europe. The city staff did not make those up. Property owners are already subjected to compliance or expected to comply with these codes, so I find it confusing to think that inspectors of a rental ordinance wouldn't be able to go ahead and cite things that they notice when they go out on that initial visit. I don't understand how many visits it would take, or it's a little confusing since it sounds like they have to apply or comply with the ordinance anyway, as it's in the code. It seems like it would be a waste of resources. To me, the privacy, or to land, the privacy issue is a red herring. The need to access units is addressed in leases for repairs and maintenance, and units are also shown to incoming tenants as part of doing business. After all, it's a rental business. And I doubt if landlords would like to have some stop point for a month while people move out, and then they spend those weeks or a month showing a property with no one there. It just wouldn't happen, and they would seriously complain about money. The motivation for land to support a citywide inspection program is for public health and safety, as well as for neighborhood health and vitality. Renting is a business. Restaurants have inspections, as do many other businesses. We doubt that tenants are able to hire attorneys to speak on their behalf, as we have seen over the years in this process. Tenants often lack the resources or power to combat unfair rental practices. And in my estimation and lands, tenants do need protection. What I do want to ask tonight, and I think it's not ever been made clear, is I would like to know, who do these attorneys represent? We've had 2 come up here tonight. Very often there's 3. And I want to know the names of the people they represent, not some LLC. The rest of us have to get up here and face you and be out there in the public. I would like to know who they are. And I'm very concerned about the scare tactics that were used by Hutton Farms and Tuckaway apartment complex to disseminate inaccurate misinformation to tenants. And some of these lawyers, I believe, may be representing some of those management companies. So in the end, I am wondering how credible some of their statements and requests are, given some of the tactics that have been used. Land asked the City Commission to move forward tonight with an effective citywide inspection program, including the environmental standards already adopted by the city. Land does not support the sunset clause. Such a step, we believe, passing this would really provide safety for tenants, reduce blight, and improve the entire community. So I'm really looking for a really nice Christmas present.
Okay, all right.
So anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, Candace.
Hi, my name is Beth Reiber, and I live in Oread neighborhood, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Oread Residents Association. 2 weeks ago, I was here, and I didn't feel the need to talk because everyone else spoke so eloquently about why we need this rental inspection. And then, as it progressed and you guys started debating it, I felt like I was watching a train wreck in slow motion. I understand your concern, Commissioner Farmer, with the letters that you had gotten, but when you said you got a slew of them just before the meeting, that tipped me off that there was a reason for that, and it's pretty obvious that some of those were landlord-driven. students don't usually get up in arms about city commission meetings, especially if they hadn't been here before. Reason I was suspicious is because a lot of us used to be on the Oriahead Neighborhood Commission, and when we had elections, a lot of landlords brought their tenants and had them vote and voted us off the board. So I know what they can do. Maybe they give them pizza or something. I have no idea. I think also that the landlords will use the privacy clause as a way to combat the rental inspection, because really that's the only thing they have to stand on. So you're going to hear a lot about that. Safety, I agree that students aren't going to say, oh, I don't want you in here if you're going to check the fire alarm and the safety, because I think they want to be safe too. And I don't know, I don't know if I'm the only one that has a problem with Commissioner Amix's coming up with this reduced list after 2 weeks ago. He admitted that he has rental property that does not meet standard city code and that it would be too costly for him to comply. And then we get this whole reduced list of things that would be inspected. I don't know, it's kind of like the gas company writing their own regulations, or, 15-year-old deciding his own curfew, but it just seems, I don't know, I didn't see what was there and what was eliminated, but that strikes me as a bit odd. And it does seem crazy for the inspector to go and then just do a certain set of things when they see other things, and they could note them or they could not, that's kind of left up to the inspector when they see a violation of code. And to say that there is an existing city code that students can call and have the city come inspect, that's just not going to happen. I know some students who had rental property where they had all these things wrong, but they weren't going to call because they had too many people living there. And the landlord knows it. They know that they're not going to call because they're already in violation, so they just lived with it. I myself, when I was younger, lived in a property. I opened the basement door and it looked like a river was running through the basement. It was open sewer. Every time everybody would have their air conditioner on, there were 3 units, it blew a fuse about 2 or 3 times a day. I got used to saving my computer stuff every 30 minutes because the electricity would go out so often. And that place was condemned and I had to move out. It never occurred to me to call the city and complain. The sunset clause, I think that it will become political after seeing what happened with the Oriahead Neighborhood Association. I think that those of you who vote for this now will probably not have a job when that comes up. I think that there will be people here that would be against the rental inspection anyway. And I just want to conclude with saying that in Oriahead Neighborhood, within 2 blocks of my house, there have been 4 major fires that gutted the property, 2 on Tennessee, 1 on Vermont, 1 on 13th Street. Nobody should have to live with that. I don't know the causes of the fire, but 4, I mean, if that's happening next to you, where you live, I'm sure it's not happening in your neighborhood. But the underlying thing is safety. I have 2 college-age sons, and I want to make sure, I want to know where they're living is safe and that I don't have to worry about things not working, things not functioning properly. They deserve to be safe, and I need to know that they're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Since there was an accusation against the slew of emails that I got, that allegedly my email was hacked into by a citizen, they were not landlords. It was a lot of people for and against. And my comment last week, just to go on the record and say this, was more about how many people seem to wait till the last minute to give input. So I take offense to your statement and you're wrong.
There were letters that encouraged them to write as well.
Okay.
David Holroyd again. First of all, I don't own hundreds of rentals. I never did. I had 2 properties. I sold them because the owner-occupied homes around them were constantly run down. And the only way to do anything about it was a complaint basis. Well, that gets old. I sold them and bought in Arizona. I'm not ashamed to say it. Not far from where Scott worked once. Now, I have a question to Commissioner Reardon. You talked about these new units. Will they pay a license fee and then not be inspected for 6 years? Do they still pay the fee? I don't know.
My understanding is they would, but David?
Okay, so they'll pay something. And I can assure Commissioner Shum that the staff, when I complained about a bunch of weeds in our alley at the north end of, well, toward 12th Street, because you couldn't get around the corner, the staff acted properly. They cited a couple houses for peeling paint. So when they go to a property, even if it's watered down, if the staff knows what to do. You don't need to add more and more and more on this and keep layering it. I have 2 properties that I take care of. One of them's got basically 2 families in it. The owner lives out of town. She's owned it, her mother owned it, Marie Lynch owned it since 1979. She will put it up for sale because we help them with their rent. I don't know where these people will go. It's not because she's out of town, but we're tired of being hassled with a bunch of nonsense. We'll pay the fee. We'll pay the license fee. But that brings me to something else. These businesses downtown, everyone says, are in business. Do they pay a license fee to operate? Do they?
I do.
You do. Who
Not
inspects?
to the city.
Okay, who inspects the properties downtown? If you go in the parking lot where the farmers market's held and look at the backs of all of those buildings, you might think you were in my neighborhood. It's an absolute disgrace. The walkway behind Mark's has got bare wires hanging. Who checks this stuff? You want to now check apartments, but you're not even taking care of your own neighborhood. And that makes me mad because we pay a lot of money to keep up downtown. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Good evening. My name is Janet Gessner, and I spoke 2 weeks ago to you. I'll try to keep my comments very brief. I lived in Oriad for 10 years, a little over 10 years. I've also been a landlord for longer than that. I strongly support rental registration and the inspections, and I strongly support the expansion to these neighborhoods. It's something that's been long overdue. It's the areas that it's needed the most. And I really support the ordinance as it's been existing. And I am concerned about diminishing it the way that we've done that. Mr. Holroyd commented he didn't want things added on, layers added on, but I see that we're not adding on layers, we're actually taking away layers. And that really concerns me when we've had a successful program. The sunset clause, I'm very concerned about that. I do not support that and don't agree with that. As Tom Harper said earlier, I do trust our city staff. We have excellent staff. I also trust you, our city commissioners, to ongoingly be aware of programs and evaluate them. And I don't see that anything that was brought up that could happen in 2017 probably isn't already happening with programs and won't continue to do so. At any time, these things can be looked at. Lastly, I want to comment that I am just a little upset that we have had this other ordinance in place and we've been inspecting our single-family residences on this full list. And we have gotten the benefit of that. After a number of years of doing that, we've really rectified some issues, and those neighborhoods are doing well at this point. And it seems like a bit of a slap in the face to some of these other neighborhoods, such as Oriad, if we are saying they aren't worthy of those same standards. I think they are. And I strongly urge you all to support this program. If you have to, as the draft 2, but I strongly support it as draft 1. And I don't see any reason when we have at least 3 votes, if not all 5 of you, supporting safety and welfare for our tenants, that we can't go ahead and continue the program that we have and expand it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jen.
Hi, Russell Livingston. I appreciate you all taking the time here that you have, and just like to say that what we really need to do is just find a compromise here, and I think that all this discussion is about finding compromise, and sadly, you know, we've got opportunities to make compromise. I think the sunset clause is a great opportunity to make compromise. One of the things that it would do is it would serve as a useful data gathering tool, but it's something that could go into effect because it would be the ordinance in itself, and the commissioners expressed some concerns about a pilot program not being really easily implemented because it's not an ordinance. Well, we just go ahead and pass the ordinance, we put a sunset clause in it, and it does a second thing. It gives the staff some good direction and some good motivation to do all the things that they need to do to make this system more transparent than what it currently is. The current system fails in many ways, and I'm a man of numbers, and I've run a lot of businesses, and it's really difficult for me to see how you quantify this expansion of this program when we don't have any quantifiable numbers here that we can base this expansion on. But I do have some numbers here that kind of tell me, well, why we shouldn't do it. I can see that. But our own city auditor has done an extensive and exhaustive study of this rental licensing program, and they've come back and they've made numerous recommendations about things that need to be changed. And there are no written policies and procedures in place. And for me as a manager of a business, I find that just really difficult to believe that we would have a business that we're operating in this community where the staff doesn't have any direction, any real written direction, and the public doesn't have anything they can go and look at. That's a real problem point for me as a person who's run businesses for years. This current program that we have now has been running revenue neutral by 100% for 12 years. And I look at the numbers where we're talking about bringing in $400,000, and as a business owner, they're talking about spending every penny of it. And, you know, it's just going to be more of the same. We're going to have to go to the general revenue fund to fund this. And, you know, I don't think the taxpayers of the citizens of this community are really aware of how much money has been expended to support this rental program that we have now and what it's likely to be in the future. I think that all staff would do a lot better with written policies and procedures and good directives to help them understand what their objectives and goals are, and it should be transparent to the citizens of the community as well. So for one, I support a sunset provision because it can be used as a carrot and stick approach. It can be a motivational tool to get the transparency out there that we need. I'd like to see some numbers that show that we really have a problem in this community, and I've asked numerous times, and I've written letters about it, and I cannot see the data. And I think it's sad that we've spent almost $1 million over the last 11 years, and we have no data to show that we have a problem. And the last thing that I'd like to say is I'm a Johnny-come-lately. I have other things to do too. But this is part of the democratic process of standing up here and raising objections to things. And I'm raising an objection to things, and I like to be heard, and I appreciate that you're hearing me. But I want to say this. I urge you to support your pilot program idea by including the sunset provision. And I also urge you to strike the digital imaging and from the inspection process and pass an ordinance with privacy. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Nothing? Okay, thank you. In response to some of the correspondence that came, there's a lot of it, specifically about people requesting information about our existing program, allowing them access to data, allowing them to effectively evaluate, what we've done. It's clear, and I want to apologize on behalf of the city, that we have not done a great job of documenting in a easy to release fashion all the history of the inspections and the details related to the inspections. People asked for copies of the forms. Well, we may not have had those forms. We may have transcribed that information into a database. Well, then let me see the database. Well, the database isn't easily searchable in that fashion. So, there are real concerns that people have, and I think that's one of the reasons why I think we need to really hone in on a program that's accountable and that's relatable to people, and that we can measure the quality and the progress of our work. Because otherwise, it's silly. And I bring that up just because I think Mr. Livingston brings up a good point. And in reading some of the requests, the requests for information, the Freedom of Information Act, things like that, those things came up, and we weren't really able to answer some of those questions. So, Scott, I think if you just want to supplement that by indicating that the new system will allow us to do what when it comes to information on how we're doing?
Well, it allows us to input a greater amount of data. Bear in mind that it's really a one-person program from inception to now. Existing ordinance is pretty straightforward. It's a pretty simple program. The audit completed a year or two ago now. Its finding was that it was a predominantly well-run program, but its institutional knowledge lied in just a few staff people, and so it encouraged us to set that institutional knowledge and practices on paper. We immediately got to that task, but it's been a little bit in draft form because we also immediately got to this exercise of determining whether we wanted to expand the program. Right. So it's now in a transitional phase, but also in transitioning to a better, more powerful software system. It's going to allow us to give you reports as often as you like. We will run reports as often as we need to make sure that we're meeting performance measurements and those issues. But I do believe that it's a large expansion to our program. We recognize that. So there's going to be a lot more data that we're going to be able to provide as the years go down the line. We've got a lot of data. We talk about numbers. We've got how many memos through the last couple of years of numbers and data and violations and number of properties in the program and those kinds of things. And so I feel like we do have a lot of numbers, but there's only so much data we have to go by. It's how many properties do we have licensed, how many violations have we had, and that varies from year to year because different properties come in and out of the program and so on and so forth. And so have we had the opportunity or the request in the past to accumulate that data in reports? No, because that was just an ongoing, again, fairly simple one-person shop program. This exercise in looking at expansion has sort of exposed that deficiency in our former software program and how we were accumulating data for this exercise.
And that information will be available to the public as well, because it's important we have it, but it's even more important that the public, the landlord, the people who live in these properties can gain access to how we're doing.
Right, absolutely. To date, it's been, we report on a lot of things through the city manager's report, for example, weed abatement. We do provide you annual statistics on our rental licensing program through number of inspections, for example. That all kind of gets put into our annual planning and development services report. But it's been fairly quiet because it's just been it's been a workable program, one that I think went without a lot of visibility because it was restricted to the RS program and it had been in practice for a number of years. And I assume that the first couple of years we probably did do some reporting to the commission. And we will do the same as this program unfolds.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I just wanted to, he brought that point up. I wanted to, when I was reading this information, that really came clear, and I'm not sure everyone understands how much better we want to try to do as far as providing information if we take this on, so. So we've got some questions and, we really haven't communicated between ourselves at all about the changes and the alterations that Commissioner or Vice Mayor Amix and I came up with, and I just want to leave it out there for you to talk about what you heard tonight and then what we've done so far, so please.
I appreciate the work that both of you have done on this ordinance. We've all done a lot of work. I've gone to a lot of meetings. And I indicated last meeting that I'd look at a compromise where we looked at life safety issues only, a pared down list that you would prepare, both of you. Since then, I've had an opportunity to think about this a lot. It's been 2 weeks. I've had the opportunity to I read all the reports on Saturday morning, and I read them again today, so I'm quite up to speed on everything. I think a lot of the amendment language that you put in here into draft 2 is good, worthy language. The part that I can't agree with, there's 2 parts I can't agree with, 3 parts I cannot agree with. I cannot get there. First of all, I cannot undo the single-family dwelling requirements. I didn't understand that they would be tied together last week or 2 weeks ago when we said, let's look at maybe trying to open this up a little bit more. So I cannot undo what a former commission has spent a lot of time doing. It's been very, very effective. So I can't go that direction. So that means that I need to see the environmental ordinances back in play. And I come back to the compromises. We have compromised and compromised and compromised. I list some of them. I don't even know if I'll have them all. We reduced the sample size to 10% or a maximum of 15 units. Have a 3-year bonus, and if they do well on their score, they can get to 6 years. We've reduced the cost of the program by more than 50%. We're now saying that we're going to inspect vacant units where possible. I think that's good. That's another compromise. We've delayed the start of the program to coincide with the way the leases are written in August. We've agreed to a 72-hour notice to inspect. I mean, we've tried to meet the challenge everywhere we can. But at some point, you got to draw the line, and you got to say, and I've gotten as many emails on both sides as everyone else has, you got to say what is best for Lawrence. What is it that you think will be the best solution for Lawrence? And I really believe that because we are talking about a business, I get inspected by 3 different agencies. Do I like it? No, I don't like it. Do they catch stuff? Yeah, they do, and it helps me out, and I get right back and get it done, and I'm up to stuff again. The cost is not a big deal. The memo from the city manager today indicates that for a single unit, depending on if it's a 3-year or a 6-year cycle, is anywhere from $1.53 per month to $2.22. That's the highest it would be. If you had an apartment complex of 100 units and you got the bonus score, it'd be 89 cents a month per unit. Not a lot of money. Not a lot of money to make sure that we are going to provide the service that for safety and welfare. And with the environmental code, we're going to protect the neighborhoods. I looked at a number of things here in the exterior yard. I mean, this is the stuff that I've got a rental unit across the street from me, and I watch it just decay until there's until there's some kind of, maybe decay's not quite right, but it's blight, beginning blight until you turn them in and then they go do it. No inoperative motor vehicles stored or anywhere on the property. You can't accumulate garbage, and you can't accumulate, I mean, all this stuff, there's no accumulation of old lumber, wire, metal, masonry parts. There's no upholstered furniture on the balconies, and that's an ordinance we just passed. There's no dead or substantially dead trees or dead or damaged tree limbs that can cause a hazardous condition. I mean, those are just environmental stuff. But then you go back to some of the items that you left off that I think are really important. Clothes dryer properly vented. The electrical stuff is, you know, they got in here, electrical service panel is safe, undamaged by water, and has a minimum of 60 amps. 60 amps is very small. Plumbing fixtures, drains are working. Extension cords. When the fire department comes around and inspects my premises, that's #1 enemy is extension cords, because they cause fires, they overload. But yet we're not gonna tell a tenant that you've got a series of zip lines that you're running your hot plates off. I mean, I can't get there, you know, and I mean, I wanna get something done. I wanna work in the spirit of compromise, but to me, we're denying ourselves the fact that these are already rules, they're on the books, they're supposed to have been followed, but yet we're saying, we're gonna turn a blind eye to this stuff. It'll get fixed some way. I don't think that's right. I just don't think it's the right way to do it. My solution to that is, if you don't like the way the code's written, change the code. Take out those things. That way we're at least consistent. We're at least gonna approve or disapprove everything, but not just approve some things and disapprove others, and so on and so forth. So, you know, I won't speak anymore, but I can't get there by compromising away the standards on the single-family dwellings. I do believe we ought to have the environmental parts back in here. I don't see anything wrong with draft #1 in terms of all the requirements that it takes. The inspection service has been good for 11 years for single-family dwellings, and, you know, that's where I'm at.
Okay, fair enough.
I think this particular issue shows many things about Lawrence. It shows that we're willing to take a lot of data. This is just the things that I've done today. I had to put in a book in order to organize it, to understand it. And as you read, you go through, you memorize. There was a very good article today about an editorial. I often don't agree with the editorials, but I thought that was a pretty good editorial this morning. I have a situation where I think there are some items on the minor violations that I can support if they weren't there. There aren't really any on the major ones that I could support. But my biggest disagreement and my biggest situation, which I can't agree with, is a sunset law. And I think it politicizes this excessively, but mainly that we have a situation where we hire people and then 3 years later we discharge them. It puts the burden of proof in the wrong direction. And I agree very much with Mr. Hoy that we can certainly evaluate this, and we should evaluate. I wouldn't mind evaluating it every year, every other year, but on an ongoing basis to see how we can improve it, not to destroy it. And I think that would destroy it. The other thing that does, other than create a situation where people might not have employment in the near future, is that it tells them that we don't have their back for the city employees. We really don't protect them, because why would we put them in a situation where we really don't know what we're doing? And I think we do know what we're doing. We have all this data, we have all this information, and I think it's something that we are going in the right direction. Another aspect of it is that I think if you have a situation where somebody might only have a job for 3 years or some period of time, I think you're going to get a decreased applications of good people to do it. Because good people will have a reticence to do that. Not that other people can't, but that the best people, I think, would not come in and do this. But the biggest thing is, I think this gives us a situation where we say we're indecisive. And I don't think that's a good message to give to the city staff and to the city. I think this is something that, although well-intentioned, and one thing I really enjoy about this commission is we have 5 people on this commission who very much believe in protecting the city and creating a city that we can be proud of. And even though we might argue here, there's a great respect, I think, for each of us. And I've always said that I will challenge people and I want them to challenge me, because that's okay. It's not about me. It's about what's best for the city. So if I say something in my office all the time, I tell people, if what I tell you doesn't make sense to you, I don't want you to go home and say, I ain't doing what that idiot says. I want you to say, that doesn't make sense to me. Because either I've told you the information in a way that you didn't understand, or I'm wrong. So let's sit down and figure out which one it is. And I think through all these discussions, the thing that I keep coming back to is that we're not wrong with rental registration. I live in the Oread neighborhood. I live in a high density of rentals. My son and my family have lived in those rentals, and a rental that he and I spent hours and hours on to get it up to something that would never pass code and was unacceptable. And even though the person who owned it took it off his rent, it should have been done before. So I don't have a lot of concern about people who haven't done something that's been that should have been done 10, 20, 30 years ago if they have to pay for it now. Because this is about safety. There are some items on here that aren't necessarily safety, but would you want a place next to you with a car set up in the front yard? Or the grass 2 feet tall? I have that in my neighborhood. I have people parking on the front yards. If we didn't have a regulation for that, then the yards deteriorate. Everything goes when that goes. When I lived on Massachusetts, Larry McElwain and I lived on opposite ends of the corner. We improved our houses and the whole block improved. The opposite happens if you don't. So I think rental registration helps the citizens. I think it helps those people who are renting for safety. And there are some things that I can compromise on, but I can't go with draft 2 because I don't look at that as a compromise. I look at that as something that's unacceptable to me. I'd be willing to talk about some of those other things, and there's about 8 or 9 that I could do without. But if I had to vote on only one tonight, I would vote on the draft from the previous week. But I do appreciate the actions and the thoughts because the motivation for draft 2 is there, and I certainly think it was meant in a good way, but I just can't go with it. Like Bob, I can't get there.
Okay, sounds good.
What else am I going to say?
Compromise is really important. And what's been the most frustrating about this to me is that it seems like there's two inherent sides where either one group is going to get their way or another group is not going to get their way, and there's really no middle ground. Somebody's going to be right, somebody's going to be wrong, and that really bothers me because one of the reasons why I wanted to run for this job was because, and this is no offense against any of you previous tenured folks, but I really wanted to find middle ground and compromise on a lot of the issues. And I wanted to build bridges to people and groups in our community to say, because I feel like so much of our community is polarized against one another. And there's these groups and those groups and these folks and those folks, and I must have said that 1,000 times during the campaign, and it really truly bothers me. And this has been one of the most hellish issues. I haven't been sleeping. My freaking stomach hurts. You know, I mean, this has been tough. And so everyone has different ideas about what is right and wrong in this scenario. But I want to go back and talk about, because it's important, and I don't want to lose sight of it, why I decided to run for this job. And so many people have asked, why is this program even necessary? We went on a mock inspection today with a landlord in town over on Kentucky Street, and you know, that was kind of a topic of conversation outside of the back of their home was, and even phone calls this afternoon, you know, why is this program necessary? I remember within my first 6 months at Just Food, there was a single mother with 3 children that came in that was telling me about the deplorable conditions that she was living under. And I didn't know what to do at that point. I didn't know the complaint process or anything. So I did some research, had a conversation with her the following week, and I said, well, you can call the city and file a complaint. And she said, well, my landlord's told me that if I file any complaint with the city, they're gonna kick me out of my house. And my response was, well, that's not legal. The Kansas Landlord-Tenant Act precludes that from happening. You're gonna be fine. And she said, can you promise me that me and my children will not get kicked out of our house? And I said, no. But if you do, you can hire an attorney and sue your landlord. And this woman sitting across my desk from me, at that point it was a conference room, it became very apparent to me that there's no way that that was ever going to happen. And I'm not sure that people understand, and I have a hard time understanding too, just how rough life in poverty is for folks in our community. But what may seem easy to us to just call an attorney, explain the situation, and get recourse is not possible for a single mom with 3 kids working 2 jobs. So I've asked this to every person that's opposed this: how can we protect vulnerable populations? Because that's, at my core, that's what this is about for me. How can we protect those who don't have a voice, who are living in fear, to make sure that they're protected? So I want to just throw a couple things out there. Harebrained ideas, again, maybe it's bad pizza. I don't like the sunset clause idea at all. And I don't like it because I think this makes this continually an issue, and Terry, I agree with you, it politicizes this and perpetually but I don't think that that should be said in spite of us reviewing the program annually. One of the issues that I have, and I agree with what Russell said very much, that I don't think we don't have any idea how to evaluate this program. We have no clue. And that's troubling to me, and we need to get that figured out. Are we gonna measure it by the number of tenants that don't sign the waiver? Are we gonna measure it by the number of municipal or administrative warrants? How are we gonna measure it? We've gotta get that figured out, because that's going to help us figure out whether or not the program's working. So here's what I'm gonna throw out. And I had some great conversations with a few landlords, and Bill was one of them, about education and the importance of that. I don't think this has to be an and/or, either education or rental registration. I think it can be a both and I think things can kind of be rolled out parallel to one another. So I want to propose this to you just to get your thoughts. Mike, I appreciate the mics. I appreciate the work that both of you did on draft number 2. Some of the things that are in there I agree with, some of the things that I don't. I'm not sure that that's something that we have to figure out and get. I mean, we could go back and forth on what we can live with and what we can't. My suggestion is going to be this, because we have some time to get it right. If this isn't going to be rolled out to the first part of 2015, we have some time to get this right. So if we went ahead with the ordinance 8840 in the first draft, and in the first 6 months, here's what I would propose that we do. First thing, a landlord had a great suggestion. That is to require all landlords in the city to put placards similar to what people have on the back of hotel room doors, saying, if you feel like your unit, I mean, Randy would have to help us with the verbiage on this. He goes, oh God, not again. But if you feel like you're living in unsafe conditions, there are laws to protect you as a tenant so that you won't get evicted from your house, or whatever the verbiage is. Please call the city to file a complaint at blah, blah, blah. And it's posted. It's not given to them. It's maybe not on the back of their door, because you don't want it to feel like a hotel, but it's posted somewhere in their house. It's drilled to the wall. It's put in a coat closet. It's put above the washer and dryer. That way that they know that the city will come and inspect if they feel like there's an issue. And we measure that. If we put this in 18,000 units and we get 4 complaints in 6 months, well, that's going to be a problem. If we get 400 complaints though, and I don't know what the number is, but my sense is that if we empower people and give them permission to let us know that there's a recourse for things that they have concerns about, I think we'll get a lot of complaints. And if this is as big of a concern as we feel like it is. And so we do that, and it creates the education component. And then after 6 months, we evaluate how many of those complaints were legitimate, how many of those complaints were not legitimate, how many of those complaints were resolved, how many of those complaints were not resolved, and I think we start building some metrics for the program. That's thing number 1. Thing number 2 is, when I went on today to this property to do this test run, or whatever you want to call it, it became very interesting to me. There were 6 people living there. 2 tenants did not sign the consent form. And I just asked them, they were playing Nintendo Wii. I would have much rather sat down and joined them. But I said, why didn't you guys sign the consent form? One tenant said, and by the way, this wasn't set up by the landlord in a negative way. The landlord didn't say, this program's a bunch of crap and you guys don't need to sign this. He was very fair. And he gave them an opportunity to ask questions, and he did it the right way. If there's going to be a right and wrong way to approach this, I feel like he did it the right way. One of them said, well, I just didn't want my pictures to be all over the internet. I didn't want my mom to be able to see what I had in my living room, in a sense. And there wasn't any bongs there or anything like that, but it's just, and it wasn't anything bad, but that's one of the impressions that they had. Because the consent form is a half-page long and it doesn't specify. Where are those pictures and digital images going to be? And I said, well, they're going to be seen between city staff and your landlord, and that's it. Nobody else is going to see them. So they're not going to be on Facebook? No, they're not going to be on Facebook. So he said, well, if that would have been in there, I would have signed it. Okay? That's really good feedback. The second person said, so if I would have signed this, that would have given the city just free reign to come in whenever they wanted. And I said, well, actually, no. You have to set it up. There's a 72 hours notification period. And basically what that would have meant is that's good for this inspection only. It's not good for an inspection next week. If you do are inspected again in a month or 2 months, there'll be another form that needs to be signed. Well, there should be, in my opinion. This isn't like a one form fits all for inspections for the entire duration that you'll live there. And he goes, well, that wasn't in the form, and if I would have known that, I'd have signed it. So we need to get that feedback somehow. And so I would propose that in addition to the education piece, we spend the first 6 months of 2014 or however long working with landlords and tenants to craft, get feedback. It's not to say that we have to take it. It's not to say that it has to affect the ordinance, but we need that kind of boots on the ground feedback from people. And I'm less concerned, like 2 weeks ago we talked about the data. I don't really care about the data right now as much as I care about the data with the education and the placards. I think that's going to be good information. But we need feedback about what's going to help ease fears of people that they have, because a lot of fears are not legitimate. And further, I would propose as a third thing that we give staff written policies, procedures, and directives for what we want to get out of this. So go ahead with the ordinance, the education piece with placards on the walls, measuring, and we'd have to figure out what we want to measure for the first 6 months of 2014. Landlords have been amenable to that, and I think that's important, because if education is the answer and there's no complaints, then we got something to work with. My sense is that there's going to be a lot. And then the third piece is figuring out how to best get feedback from people and inform the community about what's going on. I think that is a good direction to go. And And it's a compromise because it's getting at the education piece. It's a compromise because we're in a sense moving forward with the program and continuing to listen and get feedback from folks in our community. So, sorry again for the long soliloquy, but that's what I would offer for your
Let me
consideration.
ask you a question. The woman you cited in your first example when you started speaking, do you think she'd call and complain with a placard on her door?
No, I don't. I don't.
That's kind of where we're at.
Sure.
Well, let me cite something else for you. Just this is the only thing I have. We're starved here for statistics, but and this is from Manhattan. They had. I'm pleased to report to you that three of our rental inspectors have passed national certification testing and are certified ICCP property maintenance inspectors. In March, we inspected a total of 338 dwellings. Of these, 107 passed inspection. So that means 231 did not, or 2/3 of what they inspected in their first 2 months, in their first month, did not make it. They had problems. They had electrical violations, 469. They had smoke detectors missing or inoperable, 239. Interior surface kept good, clean, sanitary condition, 167. Electrical receptacles, not in sufficient quantity, leading to extension cord use, outlets wired incorrectly. Maybe that's how the 4 houses burned down over by Beth. 133. And fire resistance rated assemblies, lack of fire separation between dwelling units, cited 120 times. Now, I don't know what the housing stock is like in Manhattan versus Lawrence, but that's a lot of violations that are out there. And I don't know, you know, I've had kids that I've gotten apartments for, and they've lived in some of the darndest places, and there's a lot of stuff out there that just isn't right. I mean, you know, so I don't know I'm all for education, I really am. But are you offering education in lieu of inspection?
No, I'm saying it's not an and/or. Like it doesn't have to be an and/or thing. I don't think we lose anything by putting something up saying, if you have issues with things in your home, because a lot of the things that these kids, when we walked through that house today, they didn't know.
Right.
They had no idea. Now, would they complain if they felt like there was something that was probably. I'm not talking about that. To me, it's 2 separate groups of people. The education is going to me, affect a majority, over 50%, and help us to deal with that. But the ordinance is really helping to protect the vulnerable and innocent of our population. So I don't think it has to be an and/or. I think it's a both and. And I think it'll give us good metrics for, you know, because we've never done anything other than this vague. I mean, I didn't even know what to do when I moved here to help this lady. I didn't know that I could call the city on her behalf and go. And so I think it's a both and I think we can measure the successes of that and use that as a metric for how we review the program on an annual basis. I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think it can be both.
You know, over my practice, I've probably talked to 150,000 people in poverty. I probably spent 60,000 hours face-to-face discussions, anywhere from child sexual abuse to they can't get to my office because they don't have a ride, or they don't have a ride home, or that they allow their sexually molesting other parent stay in the house because they love them so much. Okay. Having all that experience, these are people who in many ways I love as much or more than the other people that I see who have money, who have abilities. One of the lessons that I've learned is that people who have stresses, whether it be poverty, whether it be 6 kids and not enough time and working 2 jobs, whatever, is you live for today. You don't think about tomorrow. You just want to get through today. So you don't plan like people who have the ability to do that, who have the time. They look at problems today, and if it ain't a problem today, they're not going to address it. And I think the things that you're talking about would be very good. If we're talking about protecting these people by going on with the draft 1, as we did, plus instituting these other things, I think that's great, because they're very simple things to do. If we're talking about gathering that information, and then looking back in 6 months and say, because of this data, we're no longer gonna do draft 1, I would have problems with that. Because I think the information that we have is that people who need protection often don't know they need protection. They often don't have the time or the ability. Sometimes they don't have the mentation. Sometimes they don't have the mental stability to follow through. 8% of the population has ADD, and they have difficulty finishing things. They might start a complaint and never get to the point where they actually do it. So we need to still protect those people. So if we're talking about that combination, and just like you want to protect them too, and so does everybody here. That I'm convinced with. So if we have a situation where we're going on with this and we add those things to it, I think written policies are great. I'm sure there's many written policies that are going to be there, and we can look over those. I think reviewing this on a yearly or every other year basis would be great. I think your concepts of placards in the right place. We have that in the hospital. If you don't think you're getting good care, let us know. If you think we're trying to send you out to another hospital, that's illegal. We can't do it. Complain. So I think those are the types of information that would be great. And to get feedback from people, there's nothing better than that. That's what we're doing tonight. That's what everybody is here for. So with those 3 things that you're talking about, I would have no problem supporting those in any way. Like I said, I can't do the sunset, and I really can't do all the changes that were made. But I certainly can support draft 1, and also could go with those things that you're adding, because those help our citizens, and I think that's a tremendous thing, because those are the things that we're here to do. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's about the people that are out here, and the people who rent, many of which who don't come. 55% of the population, 55 or 58% of the population is rentals, and most of the people we had talking to us are either landlords or they're people in homes, but very few real rental people came here of the 55%. Certainly not 55% of the people who talked. So we need to protect them, and I think that's what this does. So I'll leave it at that. But I think your concepts are really good, and I agree with them on that basis.
One question, Jeremy. Jeremy, it's part of your direction then to go ahead and approve which one of the ordinance drafts?
Well, I think we can go tit for tat on all, a lot of this other stuff and figure out what we can live with. The bottom line is, to me, if you have an inspector that's walking in and they see violations, regardless of whether or not they're on a major, minor list or left off, if they're in violation of our code, then I totally agree with you, Bob, then change the code. I don't think we gain anything by classifying them as, different things, leaving certain things out. I mean, there's some significant reservations that I have with some of the code, significant. But I'm just not, the more that I'm thinking about this, I'm just not sure that, it's gonna behoove us to, well, can you live with 701.2? All in favor, say aye, and get a majority and I'm just not sure that's going to accomplish what we need to accomplish with this. And because all of us are gonna have different interpretations about what is and is not a life safety issue. I would have never thought not having Scott, what was that today? A cover plate on an outlet until Barry Waltall said, you'll see that screw right there? If you touch that, that's like 5,000 volts, and you better hope it trips the breaker, because if it doesn't, and so that was left off. But what if somebody one evening decides to hey,
what if some child?
Or if a child, right? Well, I was talking in terms of the students that live there, but yeah, so is that a life safety and welfare issue? Technically no, but maybe it is. And so we're left interpreting what is and is not going to cause harm to somebody when it all needs to be compliant with our code. So.
Well, let me just say one more thing too, Jeremy, because I appreciate your willingness
That's on
to
the
try.
list, by the way.
Yeah.
Try
Oh,
and
good.
Yeah, just
try
saying.
and find some. But, you know, I come back to the fact too, that I wouldn't want the people here to think that we haven't compromised because of all the issues I read off, meeting after meeting, as the apartment industry brought up recommendations, we tried to incorporate them into the overall end product. So I think we've done a really, really good job of listening to them and trying to accommodate the different areas where they felt it was overbearing for them. So, I mean, I really do believe that we did a nice job on that.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that we haven't. I guess the education piece, you know, we're talking about doing that after we roll it out, and I'm saying we can do it as we, and also to continue to get feedback, because that 10-minute conversation with those 2 tenants that didn't sign the form, I mean, that's going to alleviate a lot of the fears and concerns to me by just being a little more specific. It's not to say that you guys wouldn't have figured it out and come up with it eventually, but to have that feedback to say, I'd have had no problem signing that. I think would have been helpful to have that feedback, and will be helpful to have that kind of feedback as we kind of roll this out and make it better.
All right, let me run this by here, because this draft 2 has got some good language in it. It's cleaned up and it really makes things a lot sharper. The only parts where I have a problem with it is where it takes out the environmental code, and then the designation of fewer points of violation. The rest of it, there's some very good stuff in there. And then the last thing I can't go with is the sunset law, but the sunset provision. But a lot of these are well written. They clean up things a lot. They are a little more direct, and I think there's some fairly good written comments in here. And so I wouldn't want to not include these. I mean, maybe you get to draft 3, which is a hybrid, which is probably where we're going. But, you know, for me, and I don't know if you want to take a straw poll here or not, as I said before, I really need to see the environmental part of it back into play.
Bob, a week ago, you said the importance of being able to reach consensus during the cultural task force. You know, you added a couple of meetings to get there. Maybe we're not at the point where we can give that direction.
But the problem for me, as I said before, is that we're going to undo a very good, strong ordinance in favor of a lighter ordinance here. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me to take something that's working well.
We don't have to do that.
No.
We don't have to do that.
Well,
That's as it's been proposed throughout, to have one licensing and inspection program.
I'm just saying, you can do whatever you want.
yeah, but don't you run into a legal problem of dual, what is
Well,
it?
you had a rule in place
protection?
that didn't cover any of these other items, so there's simply justification for one or the other, but I'm not proposing you do it. I'm just saying, if you had a rule that only covered one area and you didn't cover any of these, and now you're creating a rule that covers these, I don't see a legal problem with having a rule that was in force originally.
Well, and Randy and Tony can speak to this. One of the primary attacks on the ordinance that was adopted a dozen years ago is that we had singled out a particular zoning category for registration and did not have it elsewhere. If what you wanted to do was keep the existing program for single-family residential districts, and we can craft a strong rational basis why we want to keep it that way, and you want to have then a different set of regulations for property in the multifamily districts, and we can craft a strong rationale for that, I think that's going to be defensible. If that's your goal. I mean, we can write something like that and give you advice on that if that's your direction.
Yeah, so not that I'm proposing that, I just think that you could and still accomplish the goal, but, so the straw poll you were suggesting is that, we came up with a list, that in draft 2 clearly that's not gonna fly, which is fine. I mean, I don't take any ownership of it. I just tried to come up with a compromise that I felt like, was kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Amix was, or Vice Mayor Amix wanted to include, and what I think is reasonable. So, clearly, we need to either decide if we want to have at another draft, including the language that you purport is acceptable or enhances draft one, as well as any additional language or changes you want regarding placards or consent communication or any other stuff you want to put in there. I mean, that's what we need to do, because we can't move on it today, because I agree with some of the comments you've made about enhanced communication. That's crucial. And it's not in here. Obviously, if we want to create a rule, we should probably put that in the rule to begin with. And then, as far as changes to the rules go, not acceptable, I understand the rationale for not wanting to undo a rule that was put in force by another commission and it's worked effectively. I completely understand that rationale, and my submission was not to undo that, but it was to include a new group of regulated bodies and try to come up with what I thought is a reasonable a working plan. I guess I'm a little concerned if we are going to add in 26 more items that we're going to cover, or whatever, 28 or whatever was removed. I think we need to reassess the cost and how much time it's going to take to do these inspections, because we got clear understanding. I would like to know clearly what, how many we're going to get to be able to do a day now, and I think that's a reasonable question to ask before we approve this ordinance. So we need information, for me at least.
Well, I guess it's like if you see a extension cord, does it take you any more time? Maybe it takes you a little bit more time to write up extension cord, remove extension cord. Or if you didn't inspect it, how much more time differential is it?
I don't know. I think we should ask that question because it's changed. Would it change the amount of time it's going to take if we go back to version 1, or is it the exact same amount of time whether we do list 1 or 2?
Well, it wouldn't be the exact amount of time, clearly.
Would we estimate the same number of inspections per day?
We'd probably be in the same area. Again, we don't fully know. That's going to have to be data that we will need to gather over the first couple of years, because we have based our assumptions on the RS program, which is running at a high efficiency right now. Places like the Oriat are going to be challenging for us. We may get 2 done one day, and we may get 5 done the next. We don't know that part of it right now. So we've made some gross assumptions about, just to get our staffing level, to get our program implemented in a way that we think that's the resources we need to get it. We're going to have to review our program every year. That's our plan. That's what the ordinance has said we need to do, associated with the fees and our program cost, so that we know that we have the right resources put to it, or if we have too many, we back up.
Okay.
If we so on and
Understood.
so forth.
So the amount of time it takes, I'm just going to use an example, to trace down, somebody brought up dryer vent. You don't think it's going to take any more time to figure out if a vent is properly vented in a house that was built and subsequently there was 3 dryers put in, and you're going to have to figure out if it's properly vented?
Oh, yeah, clearly each inspection is going to be unique and going to take different times. A 10-bedroom congregate living facility is going to take more time perhaps than a duplex, 1 unit of a duplex. It's going to be smaller, it's going to be more compact, the duplex unit will. The age of the home is going to matter, how much renovation is going to matter, the type of appliances will matter, all of those things will play into it. Our assumptions on how many inspections per year were based on the full property maintenance code and our understanding and our experience with that code.
Can I just say this? I think by getting something done, adding in something about a placard and using the first, using the time that we have before this is rolled out, I think we can send inspectors to that 6-bedroom house like today and go down the list and figure out how long it's going to take, and that way we'd have some better information, and we have time to do that. And so it's not a pilot program of sorts, it's a matter of we're wanting to get feedback from people on the best way to go about this, and also for our own planning staff, how long things are gonna take. I think there's value in that, because it gives us something to work with, and it you know, because right now, we're not really gonna know anything until January of 2015. And Mike, I'm hearing that's what your reticence is that you just don't know. Well, I think we can use the time that we have to be proactive to maybe answer some of your questions and alleviate some of your concerns. And, you know, if it comes back to us that, you know, well, staff's only gonna be able to do 2 a day, well, then we know we have something else to discuss. I don't think it precludes us from passing an ordinance. But I do think we can use the time that we have to gather more information.
I think to pass an ordinance tonight would be a good idea, and to do the things Jeremy talked about. I would have difficulty with having 2 different ordinances, rental home. Let's see, it's 10 o'clock on Wednesday, I have a rental home, and at 11 o'clock, I have a duplex. And I have 2 totally different ways of evaluating them. I have difficulty with that. I think we're putting the staff and the city in a situation. So to keep these together makes most sense. You have 4 people, which you're gonna have one go to the rental homes and the other one go to the duplexes and the units. I think it makes it burdensome. So I would agree with Jeremy. I think there's some things we can do tonight to pass an ordinance and still look at some of the actions here and some of the costs and things and make sure that we're doing this correctly. But I think there comes a time that when I was on the planning commission, there was always a situation where let's study this more because it's not perfect yet. And if we did that, we wouldn't have the regulations we passed in 2006 because there's always going to be something wrong with it. There's always going to be imperfections, and some of those imperfections don't come out until after you get it. What we try to do, and what I think the staff has done, and with all the hours and all the things we've spent on this, is we've made compromises, we've changed things. And we have a regulation with draft 1 with the changes that Jeremy looks at, the 3 changes, and also with all the information we have, that I think it's adequate to pass this one. Could it be better? Absolutely. Could always be better. But something that's here and working on and that we have, I think of all the things that have gone through, be better to pass it tonight and get this done with the modifications that Jeremy has talked about than to wait.
So let me ask this, Bob and Terry and Jeremy, are you in support of going and putting draft 1 back into consideration with all of the items that the major and minor violations is listed in that draft?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that item probably ought to go on the agenda. I mean, I can sit here and tell you all the reasons that we should be supporting draft 2. I think it does a good job of a license program. I think it's well thought out, and you know, but as Tom Harper said, I'm tired.
Well, both draft 1 and draft 2 were up tonight for discussion. If we did draft 2, then we'd have to do something different.
Well, as I said before, I mean, I like the list on
There's some
1,
very
and I
good
like the
things
cleaned
in
up,
that. Yeah.
the cleaned up language on draft 2. So what I would propose is that we approve in concept the ordinance and ask for the staff to come back with the hybrid of the 2 things.
Minus the sunset clause.
Minus the sunset clause.
With the placards and the feedback.
Placards.
And the written policies.
And the written policies.
And the environmental part, which is
The
in
list,
1.
the list from draft 1 with the
Right.
cleaned up language in draft 2 with the 3 things that I suggested.
Yes.
Because in draft 2 then, it specifically takes out the environmental ordinance in a couple places, so that has to be deleted. But the rest of the comments are very good.
I love the under, 61302, the incorporates the concept of requiring inspection of vacant units first.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of good stuff in here, and so
So what?
That's all I got.
Okay, so we have a draft one. Commissioner Shum would like some language incorporated from draft two into draft one, but we want to approve the ordinance in concept tonight, or do you want to let the staff fix the draft and put the language that's requested to be inserted or that is acceptable into draft one, along with these other additions that Commissioner Farmer has introduced into a ordinance that we could vote on? I mean, that's what I would propose, but you guys can do whatever you want, because it's majority rules here.
That's right.
Mayor and Commissioners, what I'm hearing from three commissioners is that we would place on an agenda in January, the first draft of ordinance 8840, that we would look at the various comments in the second draft, not the list of the items, not the sunset clause, but some of the other items, and we can talk with commissioners about which items in draft two they would like. They could provide us with that. We would provide some type of informational signing for landlords to have in residences, and we need to work out something. I know what you don't want, Commissioner Farmer. You don't want the hotel feel of a placard on the back of the door. We have to think a little bit about what that means and how that can just operationally work, because if we put it in the ordinance, then that's something that we inspect for, right, to determine that it's going to be there and what it's wording. Given the importance of understanding what the wording is, we probably should work up a draft wording of that statement too, so that it could be clear, and we'll have to think a little bit about where that can be placed. You also want some measurements, and we'll work on some statements about what success looks like with the new program, and maybe some milestones on that. Then, obviously opportunity for feedback, which I think is still your intent, then after we would adopt it, is still to try and find ways to see if we can't fine tune it until it actually implements. That's what I'm hearing from three commissioners, is that we don't have it up for first reading tonight. All I'm asking for is direction on what you want us to work on and communicate back with you. I've got to check a little bit on some holiday schedules to see if placing it on the January 7th agenda is realistic or not, because we've got to be sensitive to that as well.
Right.
I think you've got it, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but in lieu of the sunset concept was an annual status report from staff, which gives us statistics and updates and recommendations for improving the program.
You can still have that be a regular agenda item where people can come in and talk about the pros and cons and problems and successes of the program.
You're also going to consider it every year at budget time when you're looking at authorizing the program, so.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say, Bob, is I don't think it's fair to leave it up to Dave or Scott or Brian or whoever to figure out what those, I think we, just similar to what we did before the study session and giving input by, the 1st of November, I think we need to give input and figure out what the public wants input on in relationship to how we define whether or not this program is successful. So I think we need to kind of drive the conversation of what metrics are we going to use to define the success of this program. To me, I mean, and I'm still trying to figure that out, I haven't sorted that out in my head yet, but I think we should certainly drive that conversation,
Well, all the statistics and information you can gather from whatever source are going to be valuable, and it could all be in one report that some staff person assembles and gets to us.
So as Vice Mayor Amix pointed out, I think it's premature to vote on this. Is that what you're saying? It's not up for adoption this evening? Or are you saying should they adopt it? Should this be read for adoption?
Well, there's nothing to adopt.
That's what
they were saying. I want to make sure that I give them.
It's not been published that we were going to have an ordinance up for first reading this evening, so I don't think we want to do that. I think what you want to do is have us come back with.
I think it's right to wait and get all this stuff in one draft form, let everybody read it again, and then it'll be up for adoption next time.
Correct. my understanding of the direction from 3 of the commissioners.
That's correct.
Okay. See
You
you in
need
a
a
couple
motion
of
on
weeks.
that, or-
I think it would be helpful for us to have a motion.
I would
Motion to
move,
do what?
You go ahead.
yeah, I would move that we utilize draft 1. We add modifications based on the wordage of draft 2. That we add, we do not add the sunset, but we add the 3 things, the placards, the feedback, and the written policies. And that the staff present this as an ordinance in January.
Motion?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Reardon to do all the things that he just listed off, and you have those written down. And seconded by Commissioner Shum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2 with Dever and Amix dissenting. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and talk about pay.
That's like
information concerning city commission salaries. This is an item that was discussed previously during the previous commission, and then brought up again based on feedback from existing commissioners who were around then. Wanted to make sure we revisit this and just don't let it sit without some sort of response or action. So we got a review on other commissioner salaries. We got a survey of local elected official compensation. Any staff report other than that?
The only thing, Commissioners, is that you set your salaries by ordinance. So your direction to us would be to prepare an appropriate ordinance for consideration in a future meeting. That's the only direction I have.
Okay.
So.
Public comment?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is KT Walsh, speaking for myself tonight. I will really try hard to keep this within the 4 minutes. I'm speaking in huge support of a living wage for the job of City Commissioner and Mayor. Once in a while, I hear someone say, all they have to do is show up for 1 meeting a week. I do hear that, and we all know that's not true. Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. I've had 2 good friends who've served on the City Commission, and I've observed that some of what's required of a commissioner beyond this weekly meeting. This is just what I know about. Working closely with the city manager and city staff, study sessions, and some county school board joint meetings, being available to the press, responding to emails, texts, phone calls, and snail mail, ribbon cuttings, representing the city at many charity events. The reading material, reports, studies, minutes of meetings commissioners attend, along with the minutes and reports of the 30 city advisory boards, along with the 14 other boards that have city representation, and then the city task forces. You all look so bored. Additionally, citizens, because you know this, additionally, citizens often forward articles. Say what?
I'm getting a headache.
Citizens often forward articles, studies, and even books to city commissioners, expecting them to be read and then for you to give them feedback. Conferences, sister city visits, meetings with citizens and citizen groups, knowing that wherever you are, the gas station, grocery store, soccer game, you must be available and willing to listen to citizen concerns. All this, and you do your day job, spend time with your family, and try to maintain your own mental health. It should be obvious that the job is demanding and takes a lot of time from your day job, the job you probably rely on for your living. One of our issues here is the effect the low commissioner's pay has on an hourly wage worker who is elected infrequently. Every time an hourly worker takes off for a meeting or a ribbon cutting means lost pay at work. If you're a salaried employee, I hope you have a very supportive and flexible boss who will allow you to be away from work to serve your city. Some past commissioners have gone to 2/3 or half-time at their jobs to accommodate their commission duties. If you own your own business, time away from work might be easier to arrange, but some revenue must be bypassed because of your chosen city duties. It is simply unfair to ask good people to serve and work hard and not pay a living wage for the time they put in. I'm not kissing up, I really believe this. We show this respect to our county commissioners. Why don't we show it to our city commissioners? Last page. The second issue, beyond the fairness and respect aspects, is the barrier that low pay presents to those in our community who work hard and care about Lawrence, but are low to moderate income earners. They may be blue-collar service workers or work for a nonprofit. If time away from your job means a big dip in household dollars, then public office isn't inviting. We must also be brave and face the most recent census figures that clearly tell us there are people who earn less on average still than white males. These people are women, people of color, indigenous peoples, the immigrant community, and people who have disabilities. We need your voices in public office, and we need a broader representation of our community in our public leadership. Raising the pay for commissioners is overdue, but more importantly, raising the pay will open the door for more Lawrenceans to step up and participate in our public process. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Under 4 minutes. Any other public comment?
My name is Zee Galliano. I'm recently returned to Lawrence after many, many years. I agree that there should be an increase in the pay for the commissioners, but I think an important factor that needs to be tied to that is if you hope to get a broader representation or a larger candidate pool, even more important than the pay scale is to set some sort of campaign spending limits. Because it doesn't matter if this position pays $50,000. If I don't have any money to campaign, I'm not going to get elected. So I would just like to see that addressed as well somehow.
So campaign limits the amount of money that you can
Exactly,
spend for your
spending
campaign.
limits, because I would like it to be open to more people, but it's an expensive process and not everybody can afford it.
Indeed, thank you. No more? Okay. Commissioners, we don't really need to do anything this evening, but I thought it would be good to at least have the conversation and decide if we were to make any increases, that we at least agree to a term by which we would receive any change in salary. So the first question is, do you think we should address the actual amount? And the second question is, how do we address fairly if that amount is increased, how to affect that increase in the most appropriate and reasonable fashion? Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, I agree with the two speakers that there should be an increase, and it should be equal to what some kind of fair market value is of somebody that has to give up their hours of a job that they can't get out of, like a teacher or a nurse or something, some technical skill, where if they don't show up for work, they don't get paid, and that's comes right off their ability to take care of their household needs. And so I don't know what that number is, but there is a survey in Kansas, the employment survey or something like that, that gives the hourly wages of all kinds of groups of people, from professionals to minimum labor. But we could kind of ask for a survey of what those numbers are. Maybe it's $18 or $20 an hour, I don't know, for a teacher, a nurse, a legal professional. I'm thinking of mid-range professions of people who, to try and get some kind of salary average. And then you could apply that to whatever you think is the right number. Is it 20 hours a week? I don't know. I mean, I know some weeks I spend a lot of time. I haven't ever kept time because it's almost impossible to do. You just never know when you're going to enter into a city conversation or a city requirement that you need to participate in. The second thing is, whatever that number is, then I think that I'm more interested in the institution as opposed to any kind of personal enrichment, but that we ought to look at stating that anyone who gets elected from this point on would be eligible for that new wage. That way, not one of us is graduating ourselves into a new raise category. So, I mean, that's something to think about. You could say, you could write it, if you do the ordinance, which is how you do it, you could say that anyone elected after January 1, 2014 is eligible for the new wage level. All other people stay at the current wage level or salary level. So there's that in mind. Trying to find out what the average wage of a professional person is, and apply some hour per week metrics, and then multiply by 50 or 52, and you come up with a salary. And I'm guessing that's going to be in the range of around $20,000. You're probably going to be looking at a $17 to $18 an hour rate, or $20 somewhere in there, I'm going to guess. And just the extrapolation of those numbers, unless you think there's more hours that need to be plugged in terms of the service you commit to each week. I mean, that's one way to do it. I'm sure there's others. There's pin the tail on a donkey, too.
I agree with your comments, Bob, on members of, the current commission, and you know, this would be about a future commission, actually looked at, you know, this would begin at a, you know, a date of, you know, April of 2017. That way, every member of this commission would already be gone, and it would start with that commission then. You know, one of the things that I try to look at and look at in, you know, like in my profession, I leave work, you know, I suppose I don't get compensated, but, you know, what is the effect? Well, I was trying to look at, from the standpoint of, it's like $15,000 a year, and during the term that, you know, that you're mayor, maybe it's an additional $2,000. I don't know if that's a base, you know, as to where it needs to be, or 18,000 and 2,000. I don't know. It's just a guess on you know, what effect it would have, you know, like in my personal situation, if I would have kept track over time. And here again, that's just a guess based on, you know, leaving every day from work at 2 o'clock and you know, what effect that has on my personal salary. So I don't know. I suppose every situation is going to be different, and trying to guess so that, you know, we want to make sure that anybody that wants to run for this job has that opportunity, and that it's not going to have an effect on them financially. I mean, that's the deal. And so whatever that number is probably where we need to be. And maybe if we need information from the organization you talked about, maybe that helps. I don't know. Jeremy, you had a figure about the living wage numbers?
Yeah, the living wage floor, I think it's 12, this year's 12.21 an hour or something like that, and that still puts somebody right at 130% of the federal poverty level. So for somebody to be above what it would qualify them for services at our organization, 185% would be about $15 an hour. And, you know, there's some weeks that, you know, we spend 10 hours, some weeks we spend 30. But I don't think that we would want somebody to suffer on the basis of having an hourly job and not being able to be compensated to provide for their family. So kind of the numbers that I ran was $15 an hour at 30 hours a week would be $23,400. So 23,000 and 25,000, or 21,000 and 23,000, something like that, I think would be, or even 20 and 22, or 20 and 22.5. I mean, I think we're all kind of in that particular arena. So
I can tell you now, a nurse makes somewhere between 40 and 60,000 a year. Social workers, I know what they make. They make 40 to 50,000. So we're all in the same ballpark if you assume 20 hours or 30 hours a week.
$19 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you want to create a situation where people get reasonably compensated, but not so much that it becomes an avocation and that's what they do. And I don't think we have much of a risk for that.
Mike? I don't know.
Not for pay anyway.
We've got a token, we've got a token up here.
I'm thinking in the 20 to 25,000 range would be a reasonable amount, considering what it takes to get elected and the amount of time that you have to put in. I think what the study shows that when we look at other people is other cities are grossly underpaid. And I think this is a situation where I still don't think you're going to be overpaid, but I think it allows people, and I do think it would allow people to run that haven't run so far. I also think that if you don't have money, you don't win an election. So I think to look at that aspect of it sometime would be a good idea. That would probably affect it more than anything else.
And I would just throw out some thoughts on the timing issue. I mean, I think there's 3 options as it relates to this. The first option is every person who's elected from this point forward. I don't know that there would be, I'm not sure that people, and I agree with what Candace said, I'm not sure that, or KT said, I'm not sure that people truly understand the time that it takes to do this job. And so I know it's kind of a taboo point to say, God, it would really be stupid of us to give ourselves a raise, but I mean, I don't think that's something that should be discounted based upon the fact that it's taboo. I mean, we're not talking about a $9,000 a year to a $250,000 a year number. So that'd be the first thing, and then the second thing would be, I mean, I don't care either way. I mean, it's not gonna, it doesn't really matter. But I mean, I just think another option would be, you know, you guys are going off in 15 and we're staying on. You could vote on it. We could abstain. I mean, I don't know, I'm just throwing out suggestions. Maybe then giving Chad something to write about.
What wouldn't make sense to me is to have one commissioner making 9,000 and another one making 20. I would feel very comfortable with saying.
Give it part of your money.
Split yours.
You don't feel that uncomfortable.
And I think what I would recommend, or think we ought to seriously consider, is after the next election, instituting an increase, rather than wait that much longer, because I think the people that get elected should have a increased salary, and I don't think that the people that were elected previously should be paid less. It's not a huge amount, but I think to have it a 2-year delay would show that it's not the reason we're doing this is not to enrich ourselves in this city commission, but rather to encourage people to run, and also that they get the ability to have some compensation when they're out of their office. Because I know I'm for one, if I'm not there, the meter's ticking for the money going out, but not for coming in.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that too. And I don't think you want to put it off till 17, because that defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do for the next election cycle. It just makes it one more election cycle out. So if you make it to 15 or at April 1st of 2015 or somewhere, whatever that magic day is in April.
Yeah, that'll be the longest time period without any increase in salary too, if we went to 17 in history. Since we started changing it.
Bob, remember the old days when we got $20 a week?
And the other thing you could do is we could vote for it and you could vote against it.
I've done that too.
Just
Yeah, I mean,
Two, 3-2 votes in the same.
Yeah, I cut it once.
That would be a
It
good
did-
3-2
it did
vote.
that pretty
But,
quick.
I mean, can I just say for the three of you that are outgoing, I don't know, I mean, that really isn't fair to you.
Well, if you, all you gotta do is get reelected to get the money. Just joking. Nobody would do that. But you run because it's a civic duty. It's not because of what it pays.
No, sure.
And I think that's just too long a period of time.
Well,
17?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to bring up too is that.
That's 2007.
This is not a big deal, but it is a deal. We don't receive any kind of car allowance. And there's a lot of days, and a lot of weeks when I'm running all over town at this group and that group. So it's not a big deal, but I mean, so when you think about salary is everything. Now, we did recently get our internet services, but I use my phone, I use my computer at home, my computer at work, I use my car. So there's a lot of things that you use that, I mean, I don't care about being reimbursed for that stuff, but it is something that we do use our own items that are our own things we pay for the city's benefit.
You need to get a 4-cylinder truck like that little one of mine. Get around a lot cheaper.
You have to buy a new one then.
Is it just a taboo, is it just a taboo thing to say, prepare staff to draft an ordinance? I mean, Congress does it all the time.
And they're dysfunctional.
They're low.
Well, I completely agree,
they don't
but I'm
like
not
each
sure
other.
that's why.
They can get
But-
together to raise their pay though.
Right, but, I don't know.
I think,
I-
keep it simple, compromise.
Yeah.
How about we do what Commissioner Shum said, what's really an idea that I like was, you don't benefit from voting for it. If you don't want to vote for it, you can abstain, I don't care, but I'm just saying that it's easier to enact it in 2 years, and none of us are enriched, and then if you're still here, then you're enriched. Meaning the majority of the commission that voted for it are not enriching themselves. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think that's what is, the public expects us to take care of the money like it's our own, and that's all.
When I ran, I agreed, well, I didn't know what it was you got paid until after I got elected, but, I mean, I didn't do it because I wanted to make more than what was there, but.
Yeah. But I definitely don't want to have it sooner, for me, my personal opinion. I don't want to vote myself a raise, and I believe this position merits a better, a more equitable compensation for the time it takes, because it's a lot more time than people think.
No,
What are
if
the-
we want to take and get direct staff to prepare an ordinance, what kind of numbers do we want to put in there? Or do we just want to direct them to prepare an ordinance and we'll fill in the blank when we get there?
Well, here, let me throw out a number here for it, because the mayor's position is so much more time consuming than the commissioner's position. And I know you know that, Mike. This Mike knows it, I know it, and, so I'm thinking that there ought to be a separation. I mean, you could use 20,000 and 25,000. I mean, those are numbers that have been kind of, the range has been, moved around, so, and that seems like a fair number to me. It's, I don't know what.
Yeah, I would agree with those numbers. They make sense to me.
What, 20 and 25?
Yeah, the mayor's 25,000 and commissioner's
Yeah, and I was thinking 18 and 20, just because that's double, that's twice as much as we're making now, and even though that may not be equitable, it just seemed like a number that was somewhere, but I'm not stuck to that number, it just seemed simple.
Well, that's the number that I was at, was 18 and 20, just because it did do exactly that. It just doubled it, and it looked like the last time in '99, that was kind of where they were heading, maybe a little bit more, but.
It's more, but it was only 8 years.
Yeah.
And this, now, at this point in time, it'll be 16 years, the double, so it's about the same from a time standpoint, yes, you're right. Per year, it's an increase equal to the increase last time, from a percentage standpoint.
Right.
On a motion?
For,
Well, we got to prepare an ordinance.
Direct staff to prepare an ordinance
yes?
to allow for the increase in salary for commissioners of $20,000 and mayor of $25,000 to be put into play on April 1 of 2015.
So you guys are good with 20 and 25? You're gonna vote for this?
Well, kind of in an awkward position because, you know, we would be recipients under the plan that you had
Right,
just said.
you're saying in 2 years, everyone,
Yeah,
you said you don't think it's fair for people not to be serving, to get paid. the
That's
same
what Terry
amount.
said, I agree with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I saw you nodding, so.
Yeah.
Then I'm
No,
not gonna
I'm not.
vote for it.
I'm not
I'm
either.
gonna
Well, just abstain.
abstain from
Yeah.
this vote.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean,
So I have to vote for it.
no, it could be 2-1.
You don't have to. Yeah, it could be 2-1.
You got to have three.
You have to have three.
Just three.
You have to have 3 yays, so no, you can't, I cannot vote for it, I have to agree to the 20 and 25, and you sure, you're solid on that number, you guys are?
We'll offer,
I was thinking 18 and 20, that's what I thought, but, I mean, do you think more? I mean, seriously, you have to speak up on this, because,
well, here's the thing
I
too.
don't-
It'll be 16 years by the time we take action, or by the time the paycheck hits whoever's sitting in the chairs. And then, you know, then it's gonna be another 10 years, we just don't do it very often, so I don't know how long, I mean, you know, you're,
18 and 20 is very fair compensation for the amount of hours that you can do.
well, I just did the math, and that ends up being, if you go with $20 an hour and $20, and 20 hours a week, that's
400 a week.
That's 400, that's, I think I came up with 1,000. Let's see.
4 times 50 would be 20,000, that'd be 20,000.
2080.
20,800.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need one of those.
I was just trying to figure how many hours that would be. And then the mayor's more like 30 or 40, for sure, every week.
2025.
Average. So 20 and 25 is what you're proposing. All right, whatever. I'm not enriching myself, so I guess but you're going to both abstain?
I will second that.
From the new commission, we seated April 14th, 2015.
Okay, so April 14th, 2015, okay.
All right. Motion by Shums.
That Dave just keeps pushing that, keeping that cost down.
Motion to increase the annual compensation for commissioners to 25 for the mayor, 25,000 for the mayor by Commissioner Reardon, seconded by Commissioner Shum. Is that right?
I second.
Oh,
First,
Shum,
second.
Reardon, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining?
Aye.
So the motion passes 3-0 with Commissioner, or Vice Mayor Amix and Commissioner Farmer abstaining. That's really, it's getting late. It's almost 11 o'clock. My brain is not functioning.
Perfect.
Sorry.
You've done well.
Okay, compromise, right? Okay, legislative priority.
There aren't any tonight.
We just did it.
Commissioners, the holiday season reminds us that the start of the Kansas legislature is not too far off. We traditionally prepare a priority statement of concerns and issues that we use throughout the legislative session. I particularly want to make sure Commissioner Farmer and Reardon know we greatly rely on the work of the League of Kansas Municipalities, which is the association of cities in the state. They have full-time lobbyists that represent our interests. You get a general feel for the various issues that we have by looking at this priority statement. A number of commissioners that have been through this, through a number of legislative sessions, will see that the wording is very much the same because we have similar concerns. To some extent, when I talk to our delegation, and the Douglas County delegation has historically been very supportive of the City of Lawrence interests. My comment has been, leave us alone, and then if you don't know what our position is, see our first rule, which is leave us alone. So we really don't ask very much in the way of funding from the state. We used to get funding. We don't get very much funding at all. Our primary funding concern has been to continue to fully fund the state highway transportation program as far as what it benefits this community directly. Obviously, this community has a lot of interest in other state funding issues in regards to education and a number of other items, and we try and mention that in the statement. We make it very clear that we want to protect home rule, the ability of local elected officials to make decisions, just as you did this evening on a number of items. A number of states don't begin to give city elected officials that level of authority to make financial decisions as well. As I have indicated to you, I've got a lot of concerns about the legislative session upcoming and their possible interests in trying to reduce our authority in this area. But I've had that paranoia for 25 years. And I used to work for the league and was involved in this some time back. So I think the statement pretty much speaks for itself. What we use it for is obviously communication to the legislators early in the session. As bills come up and we want to have the mayor sign a letter, if it's in keeping with this statement, we don't necessarily have to have an agenda item before you. We go ahead and proceed that way. I get a call from a legislator. I know what to advise them about things. We oppose mandates. We oppose items that get into our local spending authority and those types of things. So one of the other things that I like to caution the commission is that there's any number of ideas and issues that will come up during the legislative session. We usually want to try and focus our attention on items that directly impact the city organization. Otherwise, we're standing for everything and not really being of much use, I think, to our legislative delegation. So that's at least my observation about how to lobby and how to make your voice meaningful. Be happy to respond to questions. Obviously, if there's issues that come up that aren't dealt with this statement, we would bring those to you and get your direction on that. So be happy to trying to get a 5-0 vote here is what I'm looking for.
Few and far between.
Give me a motion to extend the meeting half an hour?
I'll make a motion, we extend it 15 minutes.
We don't get paid enough to.
There was some old
Okay,
unwritten
motion to
rule
ex-
about.
Yeah, Mike
Second.
wants to bring in some old school logic here. If we go past 11, we have to extend the meeting, so.
Do we really?
I don't,
Second.
that is an old rule. I don't think we have that anymore. But you all.
You're that old? They don't even have rules anymore?
I didn't know we took it off.
We have derailed.
Okay, I take back my motion.
He just told me that we had to, so I don't want to.
I take back my motion. I'll take it back, Terry. You
Okay.
have a second.
So, any questions for the city manager for our legislative priorities draft?
Yes. Do we have to be silent on the handgun and knife resolution because that affects them?
Poke a stick in the cage?
Well, do we want to poke it, or do we have enough guts to do that?
Guts?
They'll be showing
I think
soon.
we've shown guts.
We do point out in our
Derailing their initiation.
opposition to unfunded mandates and legislation restricting local authority that we oppose the changes that the legislature made in 2013 under the concealed carry law that's called the Personal and Family Protection Act.
Is that mentioned?
We mentioned it in the statement.
Okay, I missed that.
No, it's just, when we have a section in here where we highlight our opposition to unfunded mandates and legislation that restricts
Right.
local authority. Just that that falls, that legislation would fall under our general principle that we oppose things that take away our local
Okay.
authority. But
So
we
that's what that-
specifically mentioned
okay.
it there as
Okay.
well.
It's in there.
It ought to be repealed.
I didn't realize that was the Personal and Family Protection Act.
Yes.
I would not have called it that.
Yes, sir.
One thing I'm interested in, just,
Thank you.
Sure.
well, it's become a local issue too, but in terms of environmental issues, is that there's, I'm reading there's concern about whether they're going to eliminate credits in funding for wind power or alternative power. And I would like to see us take a position where we would support the continuation of alternative, what do you don't call alternative power, do you? What is it? Renewable. Sustainable renewable energy.
No, there's,
Especially since there's interest in Douglas County of a wind farm here, so. You know,
Is it Rex? What's it called? What's the?
Something like that.
well, there's
RECS, maybe?
the renewable
Energy.
energy standards where there's a requirement for
that's for
the investor-owned utilities to have a certain
that's,
Yeah, that's
part of
what he
their
was talking
energy
about.
portfolio from.
yeah,
sustainable
I said
sources.
tax credits, that's not right, because we don't have any tax credits in Kansas, but you're right, it's the,
Requiring the power plants to
Yes,
utilize.
it's the
10%
renewable energy standard is
That's
what
all.
I'm familiar with. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but
I think it's,
I've seen it.
yeah, that's correct.
Okay, we can have a statement supporting continuation of that. Do that.
Dave, when was this on the agenda last year?
Probably right before Christmas.
There it is. Thank you.
It's going to look a lot the same.
It will be very similar. We'll probably throw in a few photos and contact information when we present it all up as an actual document. Are you finding it, Jeremy? Probably either in November or December.
Yeah. I remember something in here because I showed up to speak. Gotcha. Just kidding. Okay, I found what I was looking for. It's not in there this time. Good.
any other questions for Dave or additions? Okay. So, any additional comment from the commissioners? Otherwise, is there any public comment on this item?
Just very, on this item?
Yeah. Yeah.
Only, I wanted to thank you all.
It's almost done. Just give us one moment. If there's no public comment on this item, we'll vote and then regular public comment. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So, any more comment from the commissioners on this?
I'd make a motion that we adopt the 2014 legislative priority statement.
Second.
With the, with the changes.
Motion to approve this with amendments discussed this evening by Vice Mayor Amick, seconded by
Reardon.
Reardon. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion passes 5-0. Sorry.
11 o'clock
It's
rule
really
is there
bad
for a
now.
reason.
It's really bad. Public comment of general nature.
Yes, I want to say I definitely think you need a pay raise. I know you work really hard, and I really appreciate all the work by everyone on this rental inspection. And I know you didn't all agree, but I know it's been difficult and complicated, so thank you.
Thank you.
And have a nice holiday.
Yeah, thanks. Any other public comment? No? Okay, let's see, we're down to future agenda items. Anybody want to talk about anything, just like bed bug infestation?
No, we're good. We'll be cleaning up a lot of those things here. Well, we do not have a meeting next week. Merry Christmas. We do have a meeting at 8:30 on December the 30th. I have Commissioners Amy, Shum, and Reardon with planned physical attendance with Commissioner Farmer Skyping in. No, just call in. You're gonna call in too?
Actually, we'll FaceTime you.
No, it's just,
FaceTime would be great.
so,
All in favor, say
that's good. So I just want, be a very quick meeting, and then we'll be back on January 7th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any commission items this evening? Okay, and,
I've got one dilapidation order I've got to give you to go after them. It's one of your old pals. I'll give it to you after the meeting.
I thought you really had a legitimate commission item, Bob. I was gonna be upset.
No, that is.
okay.
Let's talk about fluoride,
I make
All
a
right.
motion.
Call Q, see if he can come down.
A motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Amick, seconded by Commissioner Shum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 5-0. Good night, Merry Christmas.